Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome all members and guests to the February 14th, 2023 Council in Committee meeting. I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. I would ask you to ensure that your phones are on silent mode. For those of you attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. For staff in attendance virtually, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature icon to be called upon and to remove it after you have finished speaking. And when called upon to speak, please turn your camera on and unmute yourself. The approval of the agenda, there are some changes to our agenda today. Following amendments have been made to that agenda. We have added a slide deck and background to item 5.1, Jennifer Huxley Deputation. Also, a slide deck has been added to agenda item 6.1, the paid parking pilot project summary. Agenda 6.2, the staff report Norfolk County Garage soil remediation presentation has been added. And agenda 12.4, late closed item regarding a personnel update. Also, consent items 4.5, 4.8, 4.9, and 4.10 have been moved to the applicable staff report section. Item 8.4.3, the information memo on Norfolk County soil remediation update, which was previously on the consent agenda, will be discussed directly after the corresponding presentation. Are there any other changes to the agenda from committee? Then may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended, moved by Councillor Van den Driesch and seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you, that is carried. We'll move on to the disclosures of pecuniary interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest by committee? I have one to declare myself. I have a potential conflict with item 8.4.1, the Delhi Kinsman Pool Award of Tender. I have a family member who is employed with a successful bidding firm. We have no early closed session today. And we have under consent items, we have 6 consent items today. Does any committee member wish to pull an item for further discussion from this list? Seeing none, then we will go on to deputations. We have.
I'm sorry, through the chair, if we could have a motion to receive the other consent items that weren't pulled, please.
My apologies, I got ahead of myself there. So, may I have a mover and seconder to approve consent items 4.1 to 4.4, 4.6, 4.7, and 4.11 as presented. Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Vera. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to deputations. We have 2 deputations today. Should committee wish to direct staff to bring back a report on any matters for further discussion, that can occur following both deputations. We'll begin with Jennifer Huxley regarding the Lansdowne Children's Center. Welcome, Jennifer, and I understand, is Lindsay with you, Jennifer? Lindsay is with us virtually. Hello, Lindsay. Welcome. Jennifer, you have 5 minutes for your joint deputation. I will let you know when you have 1 minute left.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to come and speak to you today. My name is Jennifer Huxley. I'm the Director of Client Services at Lansdowne Children's Center. I am joined by Lindsay Soden, who is a parent of a client of ours who attends Lansdowne, and they are residents in Norfolk County. I believe you all received the slide deck of our services and that we forwarded to you. What I'd like you all to know is that Lansdowne is a children's treatment center, one of 21 children's treatment centers in Ontario. We provide services to Brant, Haldimand, Norfolk, Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and Six Nations of the Grand. We support children and youth from birth to school exit who have physical, developmental, and communication delays. Lansdowne does provide services in Norfolk County, as I previously said. We started providing our services in Norfolk early on when we provide services, but the children used to have to come into Brantford to receive their services. In 1997, we started providing services at Norfolk General Hospital of occupational therapy and physiotherapy. Over time, we have grown and developed those services. We have just recently moved into a new site on Cedar Street here in Norfolk, where we provide community-based occupational therapy, physiotherapy, speech therapy, school-based occupational therapy, physiotherapy, speech therapy, social work services, and child and youth work services. So we've really expanded over time the services that we are providing here in Norfolk. We do also provide services to our Norfolk clients in Brantford as well, if they are required. Approximately 40% of our therapy caseload comes from Haldimand and Norfolk. And we also work along very closely with other Haldimand and Norfolk partners, particularly HN Reach, to provide services. We have really boosted our awareness of referrals and our services that we have here in Norfolk by having our regional site. But, you know, as always, we continue to grow as an organization, and we continue to see more and more children. I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay now because she can say a few things as a parent of a child who has accessed our services. Lindsay?
Thank you. So I'm just going to quickly she's covered a lot of it. So my son Owen is my second child. He was born at 28 weeks due to a virus I caught while I was pregnant. We spent the first 3 months in the NICU, and when we brought him home, he was diagnosed with some global developmental delays. We were extremely fortunate. Within the first 48 hours of Owen being home, we had the support of Lansdowne. We started seeing physiotherapists, occupational therapists, social workers, and developmental consultants. We had access to speech pathology later on, and we were lucky to have this early intervention. We had access to a variety of workshops and respite. All these services helped provide the stepping stones Owen needed to succeed. These services also helped us gain confidence as parents to help Owen develop and grow. We didn't have the experience of being on the wait list like there are now, but we have had to wait for appointments, and this kind of waiting creates a feeling of helplessness in a parent. In the early years, days, weeks, months, never mind years, all make a big difference in the gains our children need. People need to be able to access these services and not be told they have to be put on a wait list. Lansdowne has made great strides in reaching more families by opening their Norfolk location, making it easier for families in the county to access these services. A new state-of-the-art main center will help reduce wait times for all families, increase resources, and help special needs children reach their full potential. The new center will reflect the growth and needs of all the communities it services. Thank you.
Jennifer, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, so what we're here for today is to ask for your support as we move forward in looking for a new center in Brantford. We have outgrown our space. We've been there for since 1998. We have doubled the number of staff, tripled the number of children we're seeing, and we have also increased, unfortunately, our wait lists because children are waiting for service. Although the center we're looking to build is in Brantford, it does impact the centers we have elsewhere, that being the one here in Norfolk and the two centers we have, one in Caledonia and Dunville as well. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And are there any questions of committee? Councillor Hubb.
Thank you, Chair Michelle, through you. I guess I just wanted to make a clarification that the centers that you currently have in Haldeman and Norfolk will continue to be maintained here.
Definitely.
Okay.
We continue to not only maintain them, but we're trying to build and grow them as well as we build and grow the number of clients that we see.
And the center in Brantford, you used to be located, have a center in Brantford. I understand that. So that is no longer?
We continue to have a center at 39 Mount Pleasant Street in
Okay,
Brantford,
still there. Okay.
but it is busting at the seams. Let me put it that way. We don't have enough space to provide the programming we need, to provide space for our staff, and it really needs to be growing.
Okay. And do you also need to go to Haldeman County Council to get a letter of support for them for this endeavor to increase the landscape of your space in Brantford?
Yes, that's also happening. And we've also just recently gone to both City of Brantford and County of Brant. The reason we're doing this, we did have letters of approval from former councils, but since the election last fall, we thought that it was important that we do this again.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do understand the importance of early intervention. It's key for the best outcome for all of our children. So thank you very much for your information.
Any other questions of committee? Councillor Van Den Frisch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So what we're looking for is just a letter of support or to reiterate the same letter that we said before. Okay, understand for it. Thank you very much.
And anything further, Councillor Van Pasten?
I appreciate the presentation, but the letter of support's already been approved under consent items. We've already done the work.
Thank you, Councillor Van Pasten. Good catch there. And I have a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Columbus, Mayor Martin. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you, that is carried. We have a second deputation. Mrs. Hetty Mayard regarding theft in Norfolk County. Welcome, Hetty. You have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Michelle and the rest of the councillors. I've had part of this presentation already done last week for the Public Services Board, but I thought it was a good idea to do it here again with a couple changes. And you also have received 2 handouts. One is with regards to a program called ALERT, Alberta Law Enforcement Response Teams, and the Fraser Institute. So I will go back and forth a little bit. So my name is Hetty Mayard, and my husband Case and I are cash crop farmers in Norfolk County. Last week, Wednesday, I made a deputation to the Police Services Board also to ask them for their plan of action of thefts. I take the opportunity of my deputation to Council to learn what Council's plan of action is relating to the ongoing rampant thefts in Norfolk County, especially the role they are playing to protect or not to protect Norfolk County citizens and their property. In October 2022, just before Thanksgiving weekend, we were the victims of a brazen theft from one of our fields. Criminals stole 2 pieces of equipment, a 340 horsepower tractor, our workhorse, that pulls heavy equipment, and a vertical tillage piece of equipment that was attached to the tractor and unfolded in the field. Of course, valuable tools in the cab of the tractor disappeared with the tractor at the same time, like precision planter, monitor, etc. The value of our machinery was approximately $300,000. That's the amount it would have been worth if we would have traded the pieces of equipment in the day before it was stolen. But we were not planning to trade in the equipment at all. The vertical Tillers was only 2 years old and the tractor had only 3,400 hours on it, which is very low for a 2007 tractor. Do you think we can recover this amount, basically working 5 years for nothing? How do you suggest I would do that? On top of this, the replacement value of the stolen equipment was about $430,000. In this economy of inflation, US dollar 30% exchange, lack of availability, supply and demand causing some prices to increase literally up to 100% in the last 2 years from time of purchase. Those are facts. It's not a joke. And I can guarantee you that my income has not increased by 100% in the last 2 years. So the vertical tillers, as an example, has increased in 1 month only. Actually, we bought one in December to replace it. And now, as of now, it is already increased by $20,000 or 15%. So just to give you an idea, and the tractor is about 30% up. Not quote only is it not very hard to figure out what the insurance premiums will be for you and me with all the theft in our area as insurance increases if there is an increase in theft in a specific area. But how about the financial challenges people have to cope with? Please stop dreaming if you think that insurance companies will cover you for your losses. I will not get into that because that is still confidential. What safeguards does Norfolk County Council have in place that we as farmers, the engine of Norfolk County, will be protected from criminals who steal our property straight from our fields and seem to go scot-free? About 1 month after the theft occurred, a police officer contacted us if we would want to hold charges against a trespasser in the field where theft had happened. In 2020, an individual trespassed in our field, admitted this under oath, and it was not considered a problem. With that in mind, how can we be and feel protected when not all the horses pull the same way? How can we safely continue to operate our business and stay in business without being bankrupted because of thefts? We, and hopefully you as well, expect police to protect us and to act accordingly, especially when theft occurs. In our situation,
1 minute remaining.
okay, I'm going to try to. In our situation, police didn't even bother to come out, just a few questions by phone and made a report. So I went the next day after last week's presentation, I went to the police station to ask what had happened. And the officers told me they would look into the situation. Moving forward, my husband contacted Councillor Duffy and asked him if he could possibly assist us in locating the stolen equipment by publishing the theft in the Simcoe Reformer and asking the public if they had seen the equipment. And he did that, and thank you very much for what you have done for that. The equipment unfortunately has not been found, but at least that was a good step in the direction, and I appreciate the patient a lot. But I quickly want to go, and since I don't have much time, about the handouts we have given. So the alert is the Alberta Law Enforcement Response Teams, and this was apparently a major enterprise to find stolen equipment. So part of it is stolen farming equipment, trailers, and they had about 170 police officers working on it, and they have apparently found a lot. So that is one thing I want you to draw your attention to, because I understand from the police department that there is no such thing as an Ontario law enforcement response team. So that is one thing. And then I have also something of the Fraser Institute with regards to policing and crime in Ontario. And I just highlighted that Brantford apparently is number 3 as the top crime town in Ontario.
Ms. Mayor, thank you. I'm going to have to stop you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of committee, Councilor Bandush?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Hetty, is there anything more important you'd like to say about what's going on, or some ideas of how we could try to help rectify the situation of theft?
So how I understand it, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the budget for the police is coming from here, right? So I would like to see that there are tools in place for the police force to do their job, quote, better. That it is going to be not just a neighborhood watch like in the towns of Norfolk County, but definitely in the country.
A very interesting point, but I would also point to the province, because it's something that occurs all across the province. And farm equipment is something that, as you indicated to us at the Services Board, obviously a float was out there to pick up that equipment or the tractor itself, because you can't very well drive that down the street and not be noticed. So, I'm wondering if that's something a letter could be written maybe to the province and look into the fact that maybe there should be a provincial task force on farm equipment and large equipment, construction equipment, and everything that's stolen. Thank you.
Mayor Mark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Michelle. I guess I wanted to take the opportunity through you to, Hetty, to just address that although we do set the OPP budget, we're not in a position to dictate their operations. So Councillor Banandrishi's comment about the provincial intervention, I think, is the best direction to go. Even if we set aside additional money for the OPP, we couldn't guarantee that it would be used for this type of task force, I suppose, to call it that. So my question to you, I agree with Councillor Banandrishi wholeheartedly. I think some correspondence from you to our member of provincial parliament would be an excellent start. My question to you was there any unique feedback you received at Police Service Board?
I'm not sure how much I can tell you. I spoke, as it so turned out to be one of the officers who was here at the Police Service Board. He happened to be there when I walked in. So they actually, I was quite impressed that they were actually looking into why our complaint actually literally was not followed up. They didn't start looking till the end of the month. And something with theft, that needs to be done right away. And I don't think there's no policy for that.
Any other questions of the committee, Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Eddie, and I do feel bad that you suffered from this theft. But my question, did they drive this equipment away or did they load it up somewhere?
Well, we didn't see it happen. So it was not at the field at our home farm. It was at another location. So what happened, my husband had been combining soybeans and he already had put his tractor there with the tillage to start whenever he had a moment to go and do his work. So he drove there on a Saturday morning, I believe it was, and he phoned me and he said, it's gone. So anyhow, without getting into too many details, a 340 horsepower tractor and a big piece of about 30 feet wide critical tillage equipment, you cannot just pack up. And if somebody drives it out of the field, first of all, they have to be knowledgeable about how to do this. They have to fold it up a certain way and so on. But when they drive away, I mean, it's not like they can drive all the way to Hamilton or Edmonton just like that. It has to be on a float, and very likely it would not even have fitted on one float because of the size of it. So I think it definitely must have been a float, but it also had to be a special float because the tractor came actually from Europe, and in Europe you have different overpasses. So the flatbed had to be really, really low. And we feel targeted. It is somebody who has scouted some stuff out, and we think that's not how.
And have you ran your concern by the Ontario Federation of Agriculture?
Yes,
And what did they say?
no response.
No response. Well, that's too bad because following up on writing a letter to the Ontario government about it, it'd be good to get them on side.
I would like to.
You're not the only one that suffered this way. There's others that have heard of things.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank Eddie for bringing this to our attention. I think that we do need to get a hold of the problem. I talked to my neighbor the other day, last week. He was watching a theft in progress. Phone 911 at an answering machine. Phoned the non-emergency number at an answering machine. This is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This is not 2 in the morning. So when you're phoning 911 and you get an answering machine, there's something wrong with the system. They did call him back 20 minutes later, but in daylight, you're stealing stuff off of farms and can't even phone to get the police to come. We did talk to the province about a little bit improved service in rural areas. Thanks for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you. I have a quick comment on that. Like I asked the same question because my husband had to wait for quite a while when he was phoning 911. But apparently it goes via a detachment in London. And I don't know what happens after that. Definitely, they don't even come out.
Thank you very much, Hetty. Appreciate your presentation. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Van Andrishi. Seconder, Councillor Very. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Hetty.
Thank you all very much.
We will move on to presentations. And as we indicated earlier, we have two presentations today. The paid parking pilot project summary. Staff will present that at the same time as the paid parking pilot project summary with the agenda item 8.6.3, the paid parking pilot project summary, CAO-22-15. Our next presentation is going to be on the Norfolk County garage soil remediation. We have with us today David Smith and Scott Jeffrey, who are with Peter McCallum Limited, or PML. They are in attendance in person, I understand. They are just on their way in. Very good. Yes, gentlemen, right in the very center, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith and Mr. Jeffrey. When you are ready to begin, you will have 5 minutes for your presentation, and I'll let you know when you have a button. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, please, thank you. So I'm going to be giving, hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm going to be giving a status update presentation on the environmental remediation currently underway at the Norfolk County Garage Building. Just got a slide up there where you can see the building in the 64 and what the building looks like today. So it's been a garage for a long time. So if we can advance the slide, please. So that's your team that's working on the remediation. There's the consultant, ourselves, Peter McCallum. My name's Dave Smith. This is Scott Jeffrey. I've listed one of our technicians there. There's also several individuals from the contractor, Green Infrastructure Partners, that are listed there, and some staff from the municipality that we work with, Sydney, Michael, and Bill. We can advance the slide, please. So this is just sort of where things began. You can see the garage building in 2009, and then again the garage building in 2022. And if you can advance one more slide, I just wanted to point out some of the reasons this all began. So the building code requires when you're building structures to complete subsurface investigations or geotechnical investigations, and so we had to do some drilling for the plans to build the garage building. Or the expansion of the garage, and so that's it was during that geotechnical drilling that the contamination was discovered. Next slide, please. So basically, you have soil and groundwater contamination with petroleum hydrocarbons at the garage. Now I can tell you that garages, this is a very common thing, especially garages that have existed for a long, long time. Waste handling and disposal practices have come a long way. Storage methods, underground storage tanks. Today we use double-walled, fiberglass tanks. They used to use steel-walled tanks that would rust and leak in the past. Next slide, please. So this is just some of the overarching regulations that we follow for remediations and environmental work in Ontario. So there's the Environmental Protection Act, which governs contaminants, which discusses various regulations made under it. One of which is Ontario Reg 15304, which is basically the regulation that kind of deals with soil and groundwater contamination. And then there's guidance documents, the soil and groundwater and sediment standards that go along with the regulations and are in support of the regulations. And so what these all do is they tell us not only is the site contaminated or not, but it also tells us what standards the site has to meet with respect to maximum concentrations of different types of contaminants, in this situation, hydrocarbons. So you've got your table 2 full depth site condition standards. Basically, you've got potable groundwater and you've got a commercial property, which is the garage. That gives us the table 2 ICC standards. So next slide, please. So we carried out, Peter McCallum, working with the county, carried out numerous investigations in a staged manner between that original 2008 investigation, where the contamination was discovered, in 2016. And then it was in 2016 where the leading edge of the contaminant plume basically reached Frederick Hobson Drive and was about 35 meters from those residential townhomes and within the 2-year capture zone of the Cedar Creek Municipal Well Field. It was that advancement, next slide please, that triggered the immediate need for remediation. So you can see there the contaminant plume originating from the garage, expanding to the east, across the wooded lot, the vacant lot, and right up to Frederick Hobson. Next slide, please. So there was 3 main reasons why there was an urgency to act. Obviously, there's a regulatory requirement under the EPA, which prohibits contamination causing an adverse effect. So basically, if you have contamination that is causing or likely to cause an adverse effect, you're in contravention of the Act, and the MECP can actually order you to take remedial action. So the big immediate potential adverse effects were the impacts that you could have on the townhouse development there, and the impacts that you could have on the Cedar Street municipal well field, which is a significant portion. I believe it makes up 5 of 8 of the total municipal wells for the Simcoe water supply. Next slide, please. So we just list some complicating factors at your site: highly permeable soil, the existing structures on site. These are the kinds of things that complicate the remediation effort. Next slide, please. So basically, the remediation has happened in a couple of different stages. First stage was big mass excavation in the vacant lot in front of the OPP station. At that time, we did a little bit of groundwater treatment to pull back the leading edge of the contaminant plume. And then after that was done and reinstated, system 2 was installed. So that's the first of your groundwater treatment system that's done, that's situated in the wooded lot. And then in addition to that, we installed a granular activated carbon wall just on the other side of Rob Lake, which basically absorbs hydrocarbons as it's passing. Keep it from advancing back into that vacant area. So if you go to the next slide, you can kind of see where the contaminant plume was pulled back to. So current system, next slide, please. Basically, it's an expansion of system, the second system, and it adds, in addition to pumping and treating, it adds the ability to inject various things to try and speed up and help with remediation. Next slide, please. So one of them is surfactants, which is essentially something, a chemical compound that basically takes the contamination out of the soil into the groundwater so that we can then pump it out. Nutrients, which we pump in to help promote growth of indigenous microbes, and then cultured bacteria, which are bacteria specifically grown for injection. Next slide, please. So we have a monitoring program that's carried out by PETO. So we do essentially groundwater monitoring, system monitoring, and soil monitoring, which, next slide, please, tells us how things are going with the remediation. So the operational monitoring, essentially, we're sampling in the train of treatment, which tells us that the treatment plant is working properly. So if it's not working properly, that sampling is going to pick that up. We do that monthly, and there are a couple of triggers to increase that frequency we see something. There's also groundwater monitoring that now is on a quarterly basis. And that's telling us how the groundwater is performing based on the treatment that's taking place. And then we also have, skip another slide, please. And one more, please. And then we have soil monitoring. So every quarter, we also go out and do some soil sampling to see how that soil remediation is taking place, whether it's cleaning up the soil. Next slide, please. This is just an illustration of the monitoring network that we have out there. So you can see the blue wells and the cyan wells. Those are the wells that we actively monitor. There's some black wells there that are kind of historic wells that are maintained for future use potentially. And then the red dots are the places where we do soil sampling quarterly to keep an idea of how things are going. Next slide, please. Just some successes so far. Work done to date has stopped the advancement of contamination plume to the east. And the leading edge, as you saw on the previous, or one of the previous slides, the granular activated carbon wall is held back to just the east side of Rob Lake Way. And, we've significantly reduced the risk to the townhouses and to the Cedar Street well field. Next slide, please. So this is just a picture of the work. I'm not sure how many people have or were present at the site or went by the site during, and that's probably 2016, 2017. Bulk excavation, a massive amount of contamination was removed from that vacant lot in front of the old station. Next slide, please. So what we want to see are trends, what's happening with the data. So what I can say is that the trends in concentration of contaminants in the groundwater show decreasing levels of contamination, and the trends in concentrations of the soil are also starting to come down. Next slide, please.
Gentlemen, you have 1 minute.
Okay. So here we have groundwater trends. So you can see the decrease in concentrations there. Next slide, please. And then here's some soil trends. So they're not as obvious. So I've added actually some linear trend lines, but you can see that they are decreasing, which means we're headed in the right direction. Next slide, please. So the interim goals of where we want to get to are to reduce the soil and groundwater contamination to a point where natural attenuation is sufficient to prevent migration to the east beyond Rob Lake Way. And you, at that point, are moving to a long-term monitoring program with trigger criteria. So essentially what the long-term monitoring is doing, it's giving you due diligence to measure and minimize the likelihood of causing that adverse effect, which goes back to what the EPA is telling us we're not allowed to do. And then the long-term goal, of course, is to basically remediate the site. So we want the soil and the groundwater at the site to meet those Table 2 ICC standards. And at that point, you would consider your site completely remediated. So I was asked to just provide a bit of a project profile. So I'm going to run through this fairly quickly. Next slide, please. So this is just an example. The Green Infrastructure Partners has a sub-consultant, CAN Geo Remediation Technologies, who's their bioremediation expert. He's the guy that's working with the bacteria that's reducing the concentration in the soil and groundwater. So this is just basically a similar, not similar site, but site Toronto had 3 high-rise buildings overlying the contamination. Their contamination was from heating oil, not used waste oil or anything like that. But you also had hydrocarbon contamination at depth, relatively deep groundwater level. It had all these buildings overlying it, so they had to go to an in situ remediation technique, which is what we're doing here. We're working on the site as is. Next slide, please. Some ways it was a little worse. They had some off-site remediation or off-site contamination that we don't have to deal with at depth, so that's good for us. But in the long run, next slide. So the remediation system was similar. You had pumping and treating, you had surfactant and nutrient injections, and you had bioremediation. So a similar treatment system that was being used there. And ultimately, the outcome was that after 18 months of initiation of the bioremediation efforts, the shallow impacts were remediated successfully to satisfy the objectives of the remediation. And so it worked. So next slide. This is just, one more. And that's it. So thank you very much for your time. I hope I didn't try to run through that as fast as I could. My colleague and I will do our best to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey. Are there any questions by committee? Councillor Van Den Cruysh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. This has been a long process. obviously. And so we're on, by what I read, we are in the monitoring process now. Or are we still doing stuff?
Yeah, so we are in the middle to late stages of the in situ or in place remediation that's taking place. So we're actively pulling contaminant out of the ground and injecting nutrients to grow bacteria to reduce the infections.
So what,
To add to that, specifically, we're in year 2 of the 5-year remediation.
so that, I have a question. It's the carbon wave down by Rob Lake Way, the carbon wall that you created.
Yep.
Could you just describe to me what happens with this carbon wall? Because I picture it as a carbon blanket sort of deal, and then it passes through. But don't you have to do something with the carbon touch thing and clean it or something? But I can't see it staying in the ground. I think it have to be monitored, cleaned, replaced, or is that part of it, or how does
Yeah,
it?
so the way that granular activated carbon works is actually essentially reacts with the contaminant so the contaminated groundwater hits the granular activated carbon wall and it wants to pass through that granular activated carbon. And then as it's passing through, the granular activated carbon pulls the hydrocarbons out of the ground. So on the other side, it comes out clean. It's basically, it's one of the same constituents or media that's used in the treatment plant. So in the treatment plant, they pump it out of the water and they have tanks filled with this same stuff. They pump it through there and the granular activated carbon removes the hydrocarbons and then the water comes out the other side clean. If all of the reactability of that granular activated carbon were to be used up, essentially it became saturated, then there is the potential that it would need to be replaced.
So that's a timing thing. That's something that's meant to last for a number of years.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect, understood.
Councillor Duffy. I'm sorry, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask a couple of questions, but before I do that, I wanted to ask you, or mention, I did visit the site yesterday. I wanted to see it. And I did visit the site back when the excavation was taking place. And I have, I guess, some background to the site out there. There was a county garage for Norfolk County prior to regional government, which goes back several years. And to me, there would have only been a few types of, I guess, materials that would have been stored there. Diesel, gas, some form of AC from asphalt paving type of iron chip or whatever, or waste oil. But in your photographs, you show the original starting point under the garage. Now, my question is are we dealing with diesel fuel? Or is that not a fair question?
It's not an unfair question. It's not necessarily a question we have a 100% answer we can give you. To my knowledge, based on the data that we've collected so far, our best guess, if you will, is that it's a combination of likely a diesel level oil product and a waste. So it's some of the heavier elements. So hydrocarbons are divided into 4 fractions for the purposes of the ministry, and so F1 is sort of gasoline. F2 gets into your diesel range. F3 starts to get into your heating oils, and F4 level is your heavier oils. That would include everything from asphalt to bunker oil to lubricants and stuff like that. And you've got anywhere between F2 and F4 oils. So you've got some diesel range, and you've also got some heavier oils, your transmission oils and used waste oils.
Well, when the site was dug up at the garage, were there tanks removed? Who can vouch for that, or who can tell us? I find it very odd, and I know the operation back in the day of region and so forth, that they wouldn't store diesel fuel under the building. would have been an outdoor storage in a steel tank, I'm quite sure back in the day. But I find it odd that, it all originated from under the garage floor, I guess. And that's why I'm wondering, did you remove, were you responsible? Who did the removal of all the floor in the building? Did that happen?
It did happen. To be honest with you personally, I was not present during that time in the contractor that did that work. My recollection is that during the renovation, tanks were not removed. So whether or not whether they were moved previous to that or not, I don't know. I know that there was some indication of previous tanks, although I'm not sure if they were ever removed or if they were removed a long time ago or more recently, like say not long before we discovered the issue, on actually the west side of the sort of administration that's attached.
On the west side?
Yeah, just west of the sort of office area on the building.
Okay. Well, the reason I know at that time and having been somewhat involved in the same operation, diesel fuel, gasoline was all stored in metal tanks on the ground pretty much until they made us move it above ground. And I guess what I'm a little bit at a loss as to how, after all this time, and don't get me wrong, this has cost us millions of dollars. And it's being paid for by the taxpayer. I find it odd that we haven't really nailed, unless somebody else has the answers, and I don't blame you folks for it, that we haven't found the source. The real, if there were, to me, with the amount of excavation you did in front of the OPP station, and I did go sample that at the time I was on council, we all went out and looked at that. But the amount of contamination to me tells me there's a tank full of something underground that's leaked. Make sense?
Of course. I guess the short answer is we did not discover or are aware of an existing tank present on site that could be continuing to essentially. So we have no indication that there's a tank there that's still got product that's leaking.
Okay, so you guys didn't scan the entire site for metal tanks or whatever at all. And who would have done that? I saw your monitoring wells out back, all the plates all along the ground where I guess they're for future monitoring and so forth. Now, I don't dispute what you've got in your report. I mean, I'm certainly not a biologist or a PhD student to argue that what you're doing is right. I assume that it's right, but I just hope that we've got to the source of the problem. It's one thing to clean it up, but if it's still leaking under there someplace, which I hope it isn't, it's going to continue. Even if you're catching it at a certain point on Rob Lake Way.
I guess all I can really say is that, and I believe we were a part of, whether it was Scott or I personally that were involved, but I believe that there was an investigation that we participated in, Peter McCallum participated in, looking for that tank, that where we think most of it came from. And we did not find it. So the presumption was that it had been sometime in the past. But I can tell you that based on our review of and our knowledge of the current operations, right, there's nothing more going into the ground from the surface. No more contaminants really being added to the ground that would continue to act as a source of more contamination. Waste handling management processes are normal, and so you can see your tanks are all above ground. Your waste oil disposal, you don't have pits in the ground or anything like that anymore. So there's nothing to indicate that there's an existing additional contribution that's taking place. And the other thing I can just say is that knowing sites like this and having worked on many of them in the past, oftentimes we're not talking about a single source. So it's a lot of different contribution that take. So there, yes, likely there was leaky tank. There's metal piping from those tanks that could have also corroded and leaked. There's also just poor waste management practices that may have taken place. There's also spills that happen to no fault of anybody's. A truck, you know, is driving in and has a, you know, a hole in the fuel line, or, you know, a hole in the oil pan or something like that, dumps a bunch of oil outside. If it's a gravel yard, that stuff will get back into the ground. And over the course of decades, when you're maintaining a lot of heavy equipment in one location, they can all contribute. But I don't dispute the fact that for sure, the biggest suspect would have been some old leaky underground storage.
Okay, well, I guess, and I do have one other question, but I was gonna say that it'd be nice to know who was involved if there were tanks removed. I guess you gentlemen weren't involved, but somebody, maybe our staff can explore that for me and just find out who removed some tanks, if they did remove tanks. My last question is, and you mentioned this in your deputation, that you said this is year 2 of year 5. Is that safe? Can you give us an idea what your estimate of completion might be? Are we talking another 3 or 4 years here? Is that?
Based on what we're seeing, that's probably a reasonable
Estimate.
sort of estimate thing to keep as a you know, a scenario that's plausible. It's possible things are going to pick up and the contamination levels will start dropping faster, in which case we get there sooner. A lot of it depends on how things react underground. And it's kind of a, you know, we do the work we're doing and we test it and see how it's going. But it's very difficult for me to tell you when the end is actually going to happen. But all we can go by, like from our perspective, from a scientific perspective, is what's the trend in the data? The trend in the data is pointing down. That's a positive thing.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if there was a leaky tank there, it's probably gone dry anyway. But $6.7 million and we're at stage 2 of 5. That's pretty hard to take. Is there any later, more state-of-the-art technology that's being incorporated across the world that could speed this process up?
Frankly, the in situ bioremediation that you're using right now is state. You know, Scott, I don't know if you've been to any symposiums lately where people were discussing new technologies that are being used, but certainly what we're doing right now is pretty much state of the art. The old dig and dump that we did in front of the OPP station, that's open. Stuff got dealt with, and it's great if you've got an open field and no buildings in place. Scott,
Yeah, it certainly is state of the art. And one thing you have to keep in mind when you're looking at these types of programs that are lengthy in terms of the number of years is that the costs associated with sort of what I would say more acute remediation technologies, dig and dumps, et cetera, are higher upfront costs. So yes, you get out of the ground and the remediation is affected much more quickly, but the costs are much higher. So not trying to minimize the costs associated with this remediation project. It is very substantial, but it is a large remediation program. So the fact that it's drawn out over that 5-year plan is, or year 2 of 5, as I said, in the projected plan, is just that's a function of the technology. We're dealing with slow moving groundwater here. There's only so much we can do to get the groundwater moving more quickly. That's why we inject some minister back. It's review. But you know, this type of remediation, it takes time.
Thank you. How many employees are at the site on any day?
Generally not many, likely. It's an automated program, right? So everything is set up to run automated. Peter McCallum is present at least 1 day per month to do the system sampling. And then 2 to 3, 4 days, on a quarterly periods to do our either groundwater monitoring, soil monitoring. Green infrastructure partners are present more often. They are essentially doing their maintenance on the existing treatment facility, and they're adding the, whether it be surfactants or nutrients. They've got a bacteria lab set up there. They're there periodically. I'd have to get the actual number of hours and stuff.
And the material that's extracted, is it liquid or solid?
Yes.
Groundwater. Okay, and have you heard of any of these type of similar cases that have been covered by an insurance policy?
Not to my knowledge.
No, typically no.
Thank you.
I have a mover in Councillor Huffman and a seconder to receive the presentation of information in Councillor Bailey. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We will now consider all right, we will now consider the staff report related to this matter. Information memo 8.4.3, the Norfolk County Soil Remediation Update by Mr. Cridland, General Manager of Operations. Will you please introduce the report and any staff who are comment? Thank you.
So through the chair to county councilor, Michael will be presenting, and I think our communications are across to left the room. I will bring it back, so give me a moment, please.
Councilor Brett.
Chair, just while we're waiting, one of the things I always wondered about this problem, I'm going to go back a few years, is for X number of years, no one asked me how long it is, we had regional government, which involved Haldeman. So are they not responsible half the problem out there? It was part of their garage. So anyways, I'll leave it with you.
Councilor Brenton, we can only hope.
Through the chair to county council, yes, Michael will, Michael and Sydney, both have been interested that they did work on the memo itself. I think the memo itself is pretty self-explanatory, but we'll turn it over to Michael for any introduction he wants to do with, and we're definitely looking for questions from both the presentation and as well as the memo.
Thanks, Bill, and through you, councilor, or chair to county council. I'll be quite brief, I guess, with the introductions to the memo. We do provide an annual memo to council, just a status update, and to not go over what we just kind of went through with the broader presentation. I'll just hand it over to council with any questions you might have for us as staff.
Councilor Brenton.
You are brief. My question, and maybe it's not a fair question to you, but do you recall or have any record of any tank removal?
Through the chair to Councillor Bunt, I will have to bring back some additional information with that request for information. I do recall that there was some tank removed from the site back in the early stages, so I'll provide some additional information to council.
And again, I think knowing how things were done in those days, fuel would not have been stored under the floor of the building. It would have been outside in an underground tank till they were forced to come above ground. And that was pretty common for everybody. Anyways, I'll leave it with you. Thank you.
Councillor Van Tassel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see in the report that, all the data is showing positive signals. Do you have any amount of confidence that sort of the end of this 5-year program that we will be done with it? It seems to me the end of the 5-year program and the end of that budgeted $10 million amount are going to be both gone. So are we hopefully going to be done by then, or is it going to be plan B after that?
I can take that question through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. Through the EPA standards that the Ontario regulation is guided, we may have to do long-term trigger monitoring like they had stated in the presentation, but at the end of that 5 years, I think it is a reasonable time and we will see that we're back down to, you know, the standards that we need to meet for groundwater and soil contamination.
Thank you. I look forward to that.
Councillor Van Trish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I'll pose the question to Sydney. Do you think there will be a point in time when we have in-house staff that could be able to do that future monitoring?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Andriesch, geotechnical investigations usually almost always have an environmental consulting firm. You would need a specific type of engineer that, you know, went to schooling for that geotechnical investigation to do those sorts of monitoring. It's a little bit different. You know, I would have to inquire and I can bring back further information for that too.
I'm just thinking in the long term, once they've mitigated everything and they seem to be very positive in what's coming from the ground through, that maybe there might be a point in time. But I understand your point. We'd have to have somebody very technical to be able to analyze that. Thank you.
Any further questions for staff? And I have a mover for the staff recommendation or an alternative. Mayor Martin, seconder. Mr. Brunton, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to communications, we have no communication items today. Staff reports and discussion items. We have no Health and Social Services Division report. We have no Community Development Division report. 8.3 Environmental and Infrastructure Services Division. We have 8.3.1 Long Point Causeway Bridge Post-Construction Monitoring, AIS-23-010. Andrew Grice, General Manager, Environmental and Infrastructure Services. Will you introduce the report, please?
Yes, thank you. It will be myself doing the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. King. You go ahead.
Bridge.
You're on mute, Mike.
I'm sorry, did somebody need to say something?
You were on mute, but you're good now.
Okay, sorry about that. So you're able to hear me now?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. Placement of the Long Point Causeway Bridge resulted in the destruction of critical habitat for aquatic and terrestrial species. For the agencies to authorize the destruction of critical habitat, the county is required to create new habitat to offset for the loss. The new habitat is to be monitored for 5 years to ensure it's functioning as intended. The offsetting tied to the authorizations from Environment and Climate Change Canada and Canadian Wildlife Service was constructed in the fall of 2021 in the Han unit. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans offsetting was constructed in the spring and fall of 2022. The offsetting consists of 3 ponds constructed throughout the Smith Marsh area, which is adjacent to the Causeway. The post-construction monitoring requirements are outlined in the attachments to this report. The monitoring requires a qualified professional to complete site visits to the constructed wetland locations and conduct several assessments to be able to report on the performance of the wetlands. In some years, this includes fish sampling. Parsons has performed a variety of similar assessments, including successful fish monitoring in the areas adjacent to the Causeway that were required to obtain the authorizations for the bridge replacement. As well, the Parsons have completed the bridge replacement offsetting and compensation reports and have intrinsic knowledge of the sites. Therefore, staff are requesting that council permit a single source procurement to have Parsons complete the required construction post-monitoring. The approved 2023 to 2032 capital plan includes allocations for the post-construction monitoring efforts related to the Long Point Causeway Bridge. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions of council.
Thank you, Mr. King. Questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You do to staff. One thing I didn't get an answer from reading through all this stuff. We had to do an environmental assessment that probably cost us $300,000 or $500,000, and we had to spend $300,000 or $500,000 to replace some habitat where the bridge went. Now we're going to spend $226,000 to monitor that replacement habitat over the next 5 years. But what happens if the little lake chupsucker or the pug-nosed minnow doesn't show up in those 5 years? Do we have to go start this whole process over again, or do we just get to say we tried and it didn't work? I don't know if anybody has an answer to that, but I'd like to delve into it a bit.
Yes, through the chair to the councillor. Yeah, it's one thing we have thought at, and that's one of our rationale why we want to retain Parsons. Actually, Parsons has had really good success in finding the species. I think that there's 3 aquatic: the spotted gar, the chupsucker, and there's another one which escapes me now. So they do have the success with that. And also we have a little bit of, I want to say, money in the bank as well too. But on one of our offsetting ponds, we actually created more wetlands than what was required. So we do have a little bit of surplus there that we can use in case there are possible maybe issues in the future.
Maybe, will the government hold us responsible if that was a pug-nosed shiners, the other one that we got to make back? But is the federal government going to hold us responsible and have to add more habitat if those little fishies don't happen to swim where we want them to? Because they are little critters that have what little minds they have, but it is their own, though they might not necessarily show up at their new home that we made for them. Maybe they'll just all hang out under the bridge and not go any farther. So what liability would we have at the end of the 5 years if we don't find any of those little, I can't say find any of those little suckers?
Yes, through the chair to the, I can't really answer that 100%, although I will say we have had success by so far. And as I mentioned earlier, we have created more wetlands than were required by the offsetting. So we do have that. There may be the possibility to extend the monitoring for another year, but really the habitat is just, one part of it with the sampling of the fish. They also look at the vegetation that is there on the ponds as well too, how they're performing. So although an important part would be the species are actually there using them, it won't be the only thing that they're actually looking at. what the success rate that we will have with the capture of the fish. We're very optimistic because we have had success in the past.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, forgive me if I've missed it, but are we single sourcing the Parsons because they're up to speed on the project, or what's the recommendation for the single source?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the mayor. Yes, we are recommending Parsons for the single source because they have completed the bridge replacement offsetting and the compensation reports already. They are attached in the back of this report, so they're very extensive. So by single sourcing them, most of the work is already done. They know what they have to put in the reports. They know what they're looking for. They were part of the engineering. Well, they were the major part of the engineering with being able to get the authorizations. So that's why staff is recommending Parsons.
Okay, I figured as much. So is it safe to assume that the price is reflected in that, the considerable amount of work that's already complete?
Through the chair to the mayor, staff reached out to Parsons prior to the preparation of this report with estimates for the cost for the next 5 years. And as mentioned, these have been included in the capital budget.
Sorry, just to clarify, if we went to another company, they wouldn't be able to use the completed documentation, so therefore the price would be considerably higher?
Through the chair to the mayor, staff feels that the pricing would be higher because you'd have to scope the work out all over again. Because basic Parsons have knowledge of these sites too. They've been through each one of the marsh areas. They were there when the wetlands were created. They have done the capturing of the fish and the monitoring. So, it just comes down to actually probably local knowledge.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With post-construction monitoring, are they going to take into account the fact that the lake level has dropped significantly since the bridge has been finished? The dynamics of the bay there may have changed considerably with lake level drop. Mike?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Columbus. Yeah, I've got to admit I'm not 100% up on what the requirements are for their evaluation, but they would take into account the actual high water levels. They do look at the vegetation there. They'll monitor and sample the fish during spawning season or whenever they have to. So, but if there were mitigating factors with lower water levels, that would be contained in the offsetting report, which would go to the agencies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. I see our finance staff has some input. Amy Fanning, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to members of council, this is, I think, going back to Councillor Van Passen's question and to Mayor Martin's question as well, but I just wanted to note that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is currently holding a letter of credit on us, which they will continue to hold through the monitoring period. So I suspect if there are any deficiencies that they find, they will draw on that letter. So just to go back to liability, they are holding that through the monitoring period.
Thank you, Amy. Councillor Brunton.
Yes, just how much is the letter of credit?
Through the chair to the councillor, I believe initially it was $1 million, but then once the ponds were created, we have recently negotiated a reduction up to $400,000.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff and committee? Seeing none. Does someone wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Van Drishy, the staff recommendation, and a seconder, Councillor Huffman. Any debate or discussion? Councillor Van Pasten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no problem with dealing with the report, but I don't know if it's a good time to throw in. Maybe we should be writing a letter to our higher levels of government about this process. That, you look at what we're monitoring. One project was done for Environment Canada. Another project was done by a different department of the same federal government. Couldn't those two departments got together and done one project jointly? Would it have met the same criteria? Or are they all living in their own silos and they don't look any farther than what their responsibility is? The cost to this, yes, we're looking after little critters of the world, but people are critters too. And, where does affordability and our tax dollars trump the pug-nosed shiner? We replaced a bridge that's been there for 75 years. We probably had the bridge there longer than those fish were, because they didn't show up till not that long ago. So, yes, we're protecting species. Yes, they're threatening species. But, where's the financial end of it? Where do you draw that line? I think this line got drawn a little too far over. So, whether we take that further or whether we, when you go to ABO in August, talk to some of our provincial politicians about it. I think it is getting out of hand that, just the environmental assessment to find things first. 20 years ago, you would have built the bridge for what we now pay just to study what we can and can't do. And I think we're getting a little bit beyond what is, in my realm, sanity. So I don't know if we could tack something onto this motion or we just leave it alone and think about it. Bring a report on a different day about winding to the higher level of the government.
Perhaps, thank you, Councillor Van Passen. Perhaps we can maybe make that a separate topic. I am reminded, and I know Council is aware of this, but just reminded that this project required 12 separate environmental permits. Very extensive. It would have been probably very helpful to have a few of those combined with one agency and get that done. So we'll take your point there. Any further debate or discussion? Councillor Columbus.
I don't know if it's in the report, I might have missed it, but what amount of dollars have got invested in this Long Point Causeway?
Let staff answer that. I think I have the figure, but I don't want to be in error. It's a lot.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. I believe we're at right now for just the removal or replacement of the actual Causeway pipe bridge, with all the engineering, environmental permitting, offsetting, just around $12 million.
I suppose we could put that in another context. That's $1 million per permit. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much. We will move on now to 8.4 Operations Division. It's item 8.4.1, the Delhi Kinsman Pool Award of Tender. Pool Renovations Project OPS-23-001. Before we move on to Mr. Cridlin as General Manager, I have declared a potential conflict of interest on this item. So I will be switching the chair for this particular item with Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That sort of caught me off guard.
I'm sorry, Councillor Van Passen. My intention was to trade with the mayor, but I see she just temporarily has vacated her seat. So I'm also caught off guard by that.
Well, then I will first call on staff to present the report.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to County Council. Yeah, staff report OPS 23001, Delhi Kinsman Pool Award of Tender is just an award of tender. the council will see on the agenda tonight that there is a larger bid award summary that comes to council on a regular basis. The reason this one isn't included in there was just timing. Finance had their deadlines to bring theirs forward, and due to the closing of the tender, Delhi Pool, we had to submit a separate report. So I'll just give a little history. I think council will remember staff came back to, I believe, I don't know if it was this council or the council before, and we had originally 900 and something thousand budgeted for the Delhi Pool. Through the class estimates that we did, we couldn't kid ourselves. We knew we were going to be over budget, COVID costs, whatever you want to add. So we did ask for additional money. Council gave us that to approximately 1.6 million and some change for this project. I have good news that staff were able to close this tender, and we closed it for right around the $1.3 million mark. So there's a $300 savings there in what was budgeted. Staff had also been very careful with the tender and taken out a few items such as an automatic pool leveler and some work on the ceiling that we didn't see as necessary needs but as wants, so we were able to include them in there. As Councillor Michelle had said, it was a local company that was successful, so I think there is some good news in here. Just some other things. The 500,000 of this will be paid for by a Trillium grant, which staff applied for prior to the tendering, and 500,000 was the maximum we could have got. So our cost is now down to 1.3, and 500 of that will be covered by the grant. So completion date, unfortunately, as council knows, will not be till November of 2023, rendering the pool not open for the 2023. However, we're dealing with our rec staff and the public. We've got that notification out. So with that, I'll turn it over for any questions county council may have. And also I see Todd Shoemaker, who had another employment appointment today, couldn't make it. He is online now for any questions. We'll have more of the technical stuff that's going to be done in the job. So with that, I'll turn it over to Buffalo County Council.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Any questions for staff? I think you must have done a good job. I do have one, that tender price of the 1.298 million. And then in addition, you're going to add the 33,000 for that provisional item, or is that included in that? Right?
I believe through the chair, to the chair, I get learned back to the councillor. Yeah, I believe the 3387, looking at finance and Todd, is on top of the 1.2987. Additional.
Todd's not in agreement. So, any other questions for staff? Getting none, would somebody like to move the staff recommendation? Mary Mark, seconded by Councilor Columbus. Discussion. All in favor? That is carried. Mr. Chairman, you get to have your chair back.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. We will move on to our next item in Operations Division, 8.4.2, Standardization, Plow Equipment and Controller System, OPS-23-002. Mr. Cridland, General Manager of Operations, will you please introduce this report? I understand that Devin Hunter is with it.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Michelle. I'll take it from here. I'm Devin Hunter, Director of Roads, here to present OPS Report 23-002. Standardization of plow equipment and controller systems. Norfolk County Fleet Department owns and maintains 47 plow trucks that are operated by the Reeves Department. As these trucks come up for replacement, fleet administrative staff issue tenders as per purchasing policy. These tenders are generally picked up and submitted by heavy truck dealerships. Typically, these dealers will supply cab and chassis and procure quotes for plow equipment and controllers from a third-party provider. The combination of the cab, chassis, and plow equipment and controllers is what is included in the tender bid price. Based on this principle, Norfolk County has very limited control over what type of plow equipment and controls we could receive. If the specifications are met, the lowest price setup would be accepted and purchased. This can create a number of issues for our operators, but also for our mechanics that maintain the fleet. Our Force America controller system was standardized approximately 5 years ago and has recently lapsed. Currently, all plows are outfitted with Force America controllers. Driver familiarity and troubleshooting are a huge benefit to standardizing these controls. These controllers are quite advanced and come equipped with integrated GPS functions. We've identified this as a kind of a weakness with the roads department and fleet in general. So this is a big benefit for that system as well. As for our plow equipment, 45 of our 47 trucks are currently outfitted with Viking. All of these were procured through a competitive tender. Maintenance operations, parts availability, and interchanging of equipment are a few benefits of standardizing Viking equipment. And Viking is an Ontario-based company that provides quality products and great customer service. Standardizing both items for a period of 5 years would allow consistency throughout our fleets and snow plows. With that, staff recommends that Ops Report 23-002 standardization of plow equipment and controller systems be received as information, and the council permit the single source standardization of Viking Chive plow equipment during the procurement process for a period of 5 years in accordance with Norfolk County Purchasing Policy CS-02, Section 4.8.4, and further that council permit the single source standardization of Force America controller systems during the procurement process for a period of 5 years in accordance with Norfolk County Purchasing Policy CS-02, Section 4.8.4. With that, I'll take any questions.
Questions of committee? All right, Mark.
Suppose the most important question of all. Once all of the trucks are outfitted with GPS, will we be able to name our snowplows?
I think that's more of a council decision than an ops decision, so I'll leave that with you.
I'm just teasing. In all reality, with the GPS, is that something that we would release to the public? I see other municipalities have done that with their snow infrastructure. I know there's probably some delays that would be incorporated to them, but the public could then know when snowplows have gone out. Is that something we'd have the ability to do with this program?
Through the chair, short answer, yes. Long answer is we're still quite far away from actually having that ability. Upgrading our GPS system would be a huge step forward, but just to outfit each yard with the appropriate kind of control center, I guess, to be able to do that would be a costly adventure out of the gate. But like you said, if we have the proper equipment and we create some delays in the actual projection of the GPS, we could definitely do that. The delays are important just because we don't want to get people chasing plows. If you can see a live feed with no delay, people might be out in the street trying to flag plows down or contact drivers if their driveway gets buried, or and we don't want that, right? So it's for operator safety as well. So yes, short answer. Long answer would be a little bit more costly.
Any other questions by committee? Councillor Martin?
Yeah, just very quickly, I did have a chance to look at the unit yesterday, Devin. Certainly familiar with Viking and quite impressed, but just out of curiosity, it'd be nice to know the price today, and we'll ask you in 4 years how it's changed, because sometimes these things can come back to bite you. Thank you.
Councillor Van Tricia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Just a curiosity question. You plan on this for the 5 years. Technology changes very, very quickly, and you're fairly confident that doing this over a 5 year rather than a 3 or whatever is okay, and you're satisfied with that?
Through the chair, yes. So we've been dealing with the Force American controller for quite a while. We've just recently lapsed on our last 5 year commitment to the purchasing policy, and we've noticed that they've pretty much been at the forefront of all technology. So I kind of I can foresee that continuing. We can always keep an eye on things. We do go to Goodwill's conference every year. We can check in on technology. If there's something glaring that comes up, I mean, we could obviously keep it on the back burner, but I don't think anything's going to change within the next 5 years. That would be significant.
Councillor Van Tassel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question would be, like, why you've been holding back on this? Because, that consistency, to have that, you look down the road, yes, cost will change, but, this local company, they make good stuff, and let's say a truck breaks, and on another one, the plow breaks, you pull a couple of pins, at least you get one of those back on the road because they're all interchangeable. And, you know, the consistency in the controller units. I don't know if you've ever imagined yourself driving in whiteouts, trying to steer a truck down the road, control the plow, control a wing, to be comfortable and used to that equipment. Not every truck you get into have a different set. You have to figure it all out. Just from a safety and a logistics and an economic point of view, it's so much better that we have that same equipment. And yes, I think sure the prices will change over the course of 5 years, but it would no matter what you do, and to keep switching them all the time, it just ain't worth it. And you know, I fully support this, but I don't know if I would be happy to move the recommendation if all the questions have been answered.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. I'm just going to give Councillor Columbus an opportunity.
Well, I was going to move the recommendation, but I'll second it.
Perfect. And any other discussion or debate on the motion? With the staff recommendation, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, I missed who made those motions.
Oh, sorry, it's Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Columbus. We'll move on to 8.5 Corporate Services Division, 8.51 Information Memo Norfolk General Hospital Capital Campaign. Heidi Van Dyke, General Manager of Corporate Services, will you please introduce this report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our treasurer, Amy Fanning, is here, and she'll be presenting the memo tonight or this afternoon.
Thank you, Heidi. The memo that's before council today was intended to provide you with a brief history on the funds that are being set aside for the Norfolk General Hospital. The original request came forward during the budget deliberations on the 2016 budget, and at that time, council resolved that $500,000 would be set aside over 10 years and not to exceed $5 million. Staff have continued to do this, and in 2021, the then CEO of NGH came forward to request a release of the funds, which was approved. However, that release did not go forward and no further requests have been received. Most recently, the current Norfolk General Hospital CEO came forward and made a deputation sharing his vision of the hospital and his hope that those funds would soon be released. And I can share that currently $3.5 million has been set aside as of December 31st, 2022. And staff is underway with paperwork to set aside the $500,000 contribution for 2023 as well. And with that, we'll turn it over to any questions that council may have.
Councillor Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to touch on the report for a minute on page 64. And I have no problem supporting the hospital. It was quite an issue back in 2016. It was debated at length. And part 2 of the resolution by Mr. Wells was put in there for a very specific reason. And that was to make sure the funds that we allocated to a $14 million project was sufficient at the time. And not only that, that it would be used for a specific purpose. And that's our reason behind that. I noticed the other day when this Mr. Steppig came in, and on page 65, it says the presentation completed on this day, it's about the 3rd paragraph down, has been attached as attachment A, and there is no attachment to this report, but I assume it's the one he brought. I don't know if somebody can answer that. If it's the one he provided to us, it was more of a handout the day he was here. And in there, just, it's not a $14 million project. I assume he means the, and I'll read it to you, the minimally invasive surgery project, $2.1 million, and the labor and delivery project at $4 million, which, in my opinion, is about $6.1 million, if I'm correct. It's a far cry from the $14 million that we argued at length to come up with $5 million. And, I have really got concerns, and again, I don't have a problem. If you go down to the next motion on page 65, it says authorize the release of $3 million, so be it. We did collect that money for them, but it says, and the council will release the remaining 2 million if the hospital receives matching funds. Then it goes on in the next motion, it says the province does not commit funds to the hospital can request the remaining 2 million. It kind of doesn't add up to me the way it's worded there, but it's a lot of money. But I just feel that the project, it would appear that they're doing is worth 6.1 million based on what this document says he provided. And I just find it odd that we're going to put out $5 million for a project that's worth 6.1. I'll leave it at that. Thank you. And if for me, add one other thing. In his deputation, we've always, I know they've been through a few CAOs there. He did refer to these two areas of concern in his deputation, the invasive surgery project and the labor and delivery ward. But he also touched on a new nursing home. And then I see in our deputation at the province at Roma, we asked for a new hospital. So we seem to be all over the map with what's going on up there. And so be it. But we don't have the funds, you'll see later on. We're one of the highest per capita debt province. Thank you.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may make a request of council, when you're referencing the page numbers, can you actually reference the page of the report? Because some of us are trying to switch over virtually. So staff and anyone who's working virtually doesn't have the agenda package page. We only have the report. So if you could say 2 of 3, 3 of 3, that would be helpful. I did find it, but thank you, just for future reference. To Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Breton's concern and question, when he mentioned on page 2 of 3, the report talks about the CEO of Norfolk General completed a deputation providing an update of the capital investments priorities, the hospital to seek financial support. That was 2021. That was the former CEO, not Todd. At that point in time, there wasn't a firm request, I guess, per se, on what the dollars were allocated for. There were plans at that point in time to look at a new facility that didn't really manifest into much of anything. But to fill the gaps for you, the programs and services, the invasive surgery, labor and delivery has to go on whether or not a new facility comes to Norfolk County. So that's the priority. And we know that we lost labor and delivery, but it returned. So they're looking to make those investments and upgrades there. We don't know if the hospital is going to build new. We don't know if they're going to expand, if they're going to renovate. We don't know. All we know, the CEO has put forward a proposal that a master plan would be coming soon. So when we talked to the provincial government at Roma, we really just kind of talked about the dated infrastructure that we had and the 1921 facility that is still standing inside our hospital. But what that ask looks like from the CEO, we have yet to really hear in full. But anyways, I just wanted to articulate for you, the 2021 request was the other CEO. Todd has set the priorities as labor and delivery and invasive surgery.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Councillor Huffman, did you have something? Councillor Bowman.
Another note on the whole issue, and again, it was quite controversial back in the day. The reason we made that motion about how the money would be distributed was very clear that in the past, and I can go back some time, we wanted to make sure the money we collected for them was used for the purpose they asked for. And all I'm saying is today they look like they want to spend 6.1 million on those two places, and that's fine. But we guaranteed 5 million for a $14 million project. So there's a difference, but I'll leave it at that.
Any other questions by committee? Then I will ask for a mover of the staff recommendation or an alternative. Mayor Martin, seconded. Councilor Van Passen, any debate, discussion? Call the question, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried, thank you. We'll move on to information memo 8.5.2, BMA municipal study results. And Ms. Van Dyke, that I believe is you again to introduce that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Fanning will be speaking to this report as well.
Thank you, Heidi. Through the chair to council. The memo before council this afternoon is presenting an executive summary of the BMA municipal study results for 2022. This study is conducted annually and serves as a comprehensive comparator for municipalities on a number of metrics, which are shared as a total survey average and based on geographic groupings as well. Results are based on varying reports, including the FIR, development charge rates, user fees, etc., which may not be completed in exactly the same manner. For example, the timing of DC background studies or the manner in which information is grouped on the FIR could vary from one municipality to the next. However, as a high-level comparison, this study is a valuable tool for municipalities. Some key factors to consider for Norfolk. Within the socioeconomic indicators, Norfolk is noted to have a low population density compared to the total survey average, as well as within the Southwest region. Our residents also earn a modest household income when compared to our regional comparators, as well as in the survey total average. It is also important to note that Norfolk's population growth is close to the total average and is well above our Southwest region comparators. Under the financial indicators, we have seen significant improvement in recent years, with reserves per capita now in a better position than the survey average. However, on the flip side, total debt outstanding per capita is also significantly above the survey average, particularly when our water wastewater debt is included. In terms of affordability, property taxes as a percentage of household income are slightly above, but very comparable with the Southwest region and the total survey average. Water and wastewater costs as a percentage of household income are quite high when compared to the total survey and Southwest region averages. This is a reflection of the amount of infrastructure that is required to service a low population density with more moderate household income. With that, I'll turn it over to council for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Amy. Any questions by committee? Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I just like to, I want to make sure I'm clear on this. On page 78 or 2 of 3 for the mayor, I think, of the report. On that page, about halfway down under financial indicators, and maybe Amy, you can answer these for me. It says here, Norfolk currently has a higher than average debt outstanding per capita. I assume that's correct? The flexibility shows the debt to reserve ratio is higher at the higher end of the survey average, indicating more limited flexibility. Can you explain that a little bit better to me? And also, the next paragraph down, it says, above survey averages indicates that our water and wastewater services are less affordable on average in Norfolk to the residents than the direct comparators. Is that, how bad, yeah, I guess, is it?
Yep. So through the chair to Council Button, yeah, I can hopefully provide a little bit more clarity on those numbers for you. So the flexibility factor showing the debt to reserve ratio. So the total, this is in page 2 of the executive summary, which is attachment A, and I'm on the chart in the middle of the bottom line there. Our debt to reserve ratio for Norfolk is 0.5 and the total survey average is 0.6. So that what that shows is that because of our higher level of debt to reserves, we don't have as much flexibility to pivot and to handle unforeseen circumstances. But that being said, we're very close. We're not very far off, but you know, it's a sliding scale and the year-to-year trend, something that we want to be cognizant of. And then the water wastewater costs that you asked about, so that one is also in the executive summary and it is on the last page of the attachment there. And what it shows is that water and sewer plus taxes as a percentage of household income for Norfolk, it's 5.7%. For the total survey average and for our Southwest region comparators as well, it's 5. So more of the household income per household in Norfolk goes towards property taxes and water wastewater than it does in the other municipalities that participate in the survey. Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, yes, and as I was safe to say with our interurban water system, things are gonna get a little more dicey. Is that safe to say? Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, this was initially a consent item. I asked for it to be pulled because I thought some of the information was quite interesting and the taxpayers have paid for it, and I think it should be shared, whereas if it's a consent item, just sometimes gets kind of buried, and our viewers and listeners, they get kind of bored if there's nothing there, no meat to the committee. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Columbus. Councilor Berry.
Yeah, through the chair to Ms. Manning. Amy, you just mentioned there, you said, sorry, it's 5.7% of the household income versus 5 regional?
Through the chair to Councilor Berry, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So is that only a reflection of the cost of water, or is it also affected by the modest average household income? Like, I'm wondering, well, I guess that's what I'm wondering. Is it just high water because we make less than our neighbors?
So through the chair to Councilor Berry, I would suggest that it's both. So the household income in Norfolk is slightly below the total survey average, and it is below our Southwest region comparators. So, and then our water wastewater debt outstanding is higher than our comparators and then the survey average. So when you look at the ratio of the two, I would suggest that it's a factor of both and not one versus the other.
Thank you.
Councilor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Glad that Councilor Berry brought that up because I would bring up the same point. You know, yes, our water, wastewater is about $300 a year more than the average for the area, but our average income is so much lower. So is the solution to lower the wastewater fees, or do we continue that path and try to get some better jobs in here and better factories in here and raise the average income, and then we will be on par with everybody else? But, you know, I think that's the plan I would take, because we can't really do not much about the cost of clean water and a place where to go. We have to resolve that problem, but we can do some improving on creating an environment where we can get the factories, get the businesses to come in here and get the better paying jobs, raise up that average, and then the numbers will look better. Still going to be expensive, but at least the numbers will look better.
Any other questions of committee? Seeing none, and I have a mover of the staff recommendation or an alternative. Councilor Columbus, seconded by Mayor Martin. Any further debate or discussion on the matter? We'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We'll move on to the item 8.6, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, 8.6.1, Sustainability Advisory Committee. Terms of reference, CAO-23-010. Tracy Murray, Deputy County Clerk, will you please introduce this?
Thank you. We will let Aaron take this one.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the committee. The report before you outlines staff's recommendation to form a Sustainability Advisory Committee. Back in January, staff received direction that rather than forming an internal staff working group that would focus on sustainability, that a formal advisory committee should be formed instead. Staff have presented a recommended restructuring, which would be a formal advisory committee. The advisory committee will function very similar to any other advisory committee. It will provide recommendation and advice to council regarding environmental conservation. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Questions of committee? Councilor Berry.
Thank you, Chair. I guess through, I don't know if it's to Aaron, if it's to Teresa or who, but generally speaking, like broadly, when we add a new committee, what does that cost over the course of the year, let's say, roughly?
Through the chair to Councillor Berry. So I would have to do a formal calculation, but so there's staffing costs, obviously, both with respect to clerk staffing resources. And so depending on how many times the committee meets, there's the support at the meetings, there's the agenda prep, the minutes prep, there's the communication with the committee members. Of course, starting a new committee, there's the recruitment process, there's hard costs of advertising, and then the time to do interviews and vetting. There's also a staff liaison assigned to the committees as well. So that's a staff resource from another department that's supporting the work done by that committee. So those are ultimately the costs, and I would have to do a formal cost evaluation on that.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks, Teresa. And the reason I asked that question wasn't to suggest that we shouldn't. It was more about just to have a sense of what the value is in case the question does come from the public. I don't think that means at all that we shouldn't do the committee, but I'd like to know, what is the value for the members?
So through the chair to Council Berry and to Council, so as we brought forward in November, clerks is always very welcome to support advisory committees. We just want council to keep in mind that there is a resource allocation there. And, again, small clerks team, a lot of services we provide. And so the more committees we add, the more that taps out the resources that we have to do other things. And there may be a time where you have more committees than you have staff to support, and you may look at a need to resource up in order to support all of those advisory committees.
Any other questions for staff? Someone wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Huffman, thank you. Councillor Berry seconding. Any further discussion or debate? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We will move on to 8.6.2, council appointments, Court of Revision, CAO-23-024. Tracy Murray, Deputy County Clerk, will you please introduce this?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, the report before you is fairly straightforward in nature. Traditionally, the Court of Revision has been made up of members of the Committee of Adjustment, and staff having legislative obligations to hold Court of Revision in a prescribed timeline, and obtaining quorum can be challenging. Therefore, staff are recommending 2 members of council be appointed, 1 be appointed to the committee and 1 appointed as a backup to ensure quorum can be met. Staff are also recommending that council direct staff to review the administrative structure of the Court of Revision and bring a report back.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Councillor Columbus.
Yes, so because we have reduced the number of members on the Committee of Adjustment, is that why this is coming before meeting today for discussion?
And through the chair soon, Councillor Columbus, no, we were just having challenges getting quorum, and because the Court of Revision has to meet, we want to make sure that we have a backup plan in place, so to speak.
I see. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, can I have mover of the staff recommendation or an alternative? Councillor Van Passen.
I do have a question. Does staff want us to fill in the blanks on that staff recommendation?
Yes, we do.
Through the chair.
No wonder they were having difficulty achieving quorum.
Through the chair to council, so the approving the recommendation to appoint a councillor also requires us to appoint a councillor and an alternate. So we would be looking for that feedback.
Councillor Berry.
I did a couple of these when I was on the Committee of Adjustment. I would love to put myself forward to rejoin.
Councillor Berry has put his name forward. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just offer the opinion that I do have a little bit of background and knowledge of the Drainage Act, and nobody else is volunteering. I would happy to be back up to Councillor Berry at the second alternate as the alternate.
Very good. any other suggestions or nominations for these positions? Councilor Vandermeer.
We'll make the motion. Make the motion. Whether you accept.
Yeah, that's my next question, Councilor Vandermeer.
Just
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, that is a motion that Councilor Berry be appointed to the Court of Revision with Councilor Van Passen acting as alternate. Any debate, discussion?
How about a seconder?
I believe we have a seconder. I'm sorry, it's Councilor Collins. Sorry. Any debate, discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. At this time, I would like to make an amendment to the order of the agenda and bring forward 8.6.4. It's an item that was moved from consent to be discussed in advance of item 8.6.3, the paid parking pilot project summary, staff report CAO 22-152. But before we go to that, I'm just going to ask council if we might use a 5-minute break just to go to the bathroom and get a refreshment.
Oh, great. Oh, look at, he's disappearing. Evan's just
Welcome back, everyone. We will reconvene with item 8.6.4, Information Memo, Rural Ontario Municipal Association, Roma 2023 Conference Update that was pulled from consent. Al Manessis, Chief Administrative Officer, will you please introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you to committee. So the report in front of you really is a summary of the events and the work that was done going into Roma. The mayor, deputy mayor, myself attended Roma in downtown Toronto. What we've done is we've attached some of the presentations and reports that were brought forward as part of our delegations. We are waiting for Roma to update some of the other presentations that were given in terms of the joint sessions and some of the speakers. We're told that everything was recorded and we'll be able to share that with all of committee members as we move forward once that information is released. But really the intent here was to provide committee with the information in terms of who we met with, give you sort of a sense of what was happening at Roma in terms of the various themes, as we mentioned earlier. I think the issues and the opportunities sort of facing Norfolk County are not necessarily unique to Norfolk. A lot of the rural municipalities are struggling with the same challenges that we are here in Norfolk. And it was a good opportunity for us to network with our peers and really understand what's been tried in other municipalities, what's worked, what hasn't worked, and give us some information as well as to other opportunities that we can do to move forward to try to address some of our opportunities. With that, I'll open it up, and if anyone has any questions for us, please let us know.
Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. I don't have any questions. I just want to say that the packages were very well done. Great presentations, and thank you very much for your hard work at Roma.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, this was another one that I pulled out a consent item, and it's excellent feedback for the council that could not make it to Roma. There's a lot of information here. It's good. It's probably the best package of information that I've ever received in all my time in Norfolk County Council for those that went to AMO or Roma. One of the things that I wanted to mention was when our people, councillors, and yourself, Mr. Mintz, went to meet with these ministers, how do we get back to them? Do we send them a thank you letter for meeting with us and remind them? Because they've had like probably hundreds of requests for different things. Do we send them a letter thanking them for their time and highlighting what we discussed, just in a one pager?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah. So through you to the councillor, yes. So we do follow up with the individual councillors with staff at a staffing level. I can tell you that the mayor and myself are working on different approaches, particularly on the items that we've done multiple delegations to over the years. We are trying to be a little different and be a little more direct with our follow-up. We're at a point now where we can't continue to do the same thing and expect different results. And I think Mayor Martin is doing a great job in following up, not only in terms of her ministerial peers, but also in terms of senior staff and those managing the minister's offices. And we are fairly confident that that's going to have a little bit of an impact. We are not just going to sit still and just wait until emo and recycle the same presentations. We are being very active. I know that the mayor's had several subsequent meetings and continues to do the delegation. So we are front and center, and every opportunity we have, we're bringing Norfolk issues to the attention of our provincial ministers.
Well, Mr. Chair, that is great news. And whether it's the Norfolk General Hospital expansion or Fanshawe College or the interurban water supply, I think it's great to keep all those items on the front burner of things.
Any other questions by committee? Seeing none, I just would like to add to what Councillor Columbus was mentioning. I think all of the information that was compiled and put together and presented is a real tribute to the great work that the mayor and our CIO and our support staff did. And I maybe just would further comment that on how well Mayor Martin represented Norfolk County at all of those delegations. And she presented all of our asks very effectively. So I think the rest of council would appreciate knowing that she did an excellent job. So thank you, Mayor Martin. Does someone wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Moved by Councillor Van Andrieschie, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Any debate or discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We will now move to presentation item 6.1 regarding the paid parking pilot project summary. Understanding that this is a comprehensive report, would any member of committee like to make a motion to allow staff some additional time during their presentation? Councillor Van Andrieschie, you're moving that, allowing more time for staff to present?
Yes, I would like to do that.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Huffman will second. Thank you. Any debate, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. And then we will allow Ms. Olson. You may proceed.
Thank you through the chair to council. So I'm very excited to present this report today. Parking has been a really great learning experience for me as a clerk here in Norfolk and working with a great team across the corporation, having the ability to consult with the public and community groups as well as with individual councillors. So the first slide that I want to share with council is just providing context on what a pilot project is. So a pilot project really is an initial small-scale implementation to prove the viability of a project idea. The intent for a pilot project is to explore the approach and application of that proposed idea, to seek understanding how a full-scale implementation may perform, to provide learning related to costs, duration, feasibility, and unexpected changes within a project scope, to help determine if a project plan is suitable for reaching its intended goal, and to allow staff to correct any issues before committing substantial resources to a project. So in 2020, recognizing the many parking issues within lakefront communities of Long Point, Turcotte Point, and Port Dover, the previous term of council allocated funding to parking initiatives to address the problem for the 2021 budget. In the 2021 budget, they had allocated $65,000 for a capital parking study and $350,000 for a smart meter initiative fund. Due to staffing changeover in the clerk's department early in 2021, the project was delayed and the scope of the project was not brought to council until late fall 2021 with a budget amendment request. And following that, a pilot project was scoped for the summer of 2022. So just to give you a little bit of a timeline, as noted in the previous slide, in the 2021 budget considerations, funding was set aside for both a parking study and installation of the smart parking meters in 3 lakefront communities. In 2021, staff undertook a review of the needs and appeared before council on November 9th for approval to reallocate the capital funds that were directed for the initial 2 projects. That reallocation included funds to be set aside for a countywide parking study, a temporary full-time staff resource for 18 months, deferral of funding for an online parking platform to 2023, and direction for staff to bring back a report on a pilot project to be implemented in 2022. Just to note that the countywide study was delayed due to staffing changes in 2022 and some other priorities, and that project actually got underway late in 2022. December 13th, 2021, the initial report was presented outlining the proposed scope of the 2 components of the pilot project. The report clearly indicated that county taxpayers are currently subsidizing the provision of all parking-related infrastructure, including allotted spaces, signage, lot lighting, enforcement, and staff resources. The report further outlined that staff believed the pilot project would help mitigate the issues of parking pressures in the lakefront communities and provide an opportunity to evaluate the merits of some of the paid programs available, understanding that the collection of parking revenue would also open up opportunities to allocate a portion of the collected funds for enhancements within the applicable communities, including but not limited to improved parking availability, signage, lighting, line painting, increased waste pickup, washroom facilities, additional enforcement, and perhaps community beautification projects, among others. On March 8, 2022, staff presented the report recommending implementation of a pilot project that would include a paid parking component as well as a seasonal fine component. It was indicated in this report that the pilot project was intended to gather data for the county-wide parking study, to solicit feedback during the seasonal parking period, to evaluate paid parking technology, and to gather input from the business community and the public. Council approved the staff's recommendation at this meeting. On March 22nd, 2022, Council pulled the report and reduced the scope of the project by removing one community in full and reducing another community, including the fees being charged. From June 15th to September 15th, the rescoped pilot project was implemented in Port Dover along the Lower Beach business area and in Long Point at the Abigail Becker parking lot. I will now pass the presentation over to Jim Nelson, who will touch on the enforcement aspect and some of the revenue and expenditures.
Well, thank you, Teresa. And through the chair, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. 3 payment options for paid parking were available during this project. The first was by credit card. Norfolk County purchased 6 freestanding pay terminals to accept payment by card. 5 were placed in the waterfront area of Port Dover and 1 in the Abigail Becker parking lot on Long Point. The project team had ordered the terminals with card readers capable of accepting either a credit card or a debit card. However, due to supply chain issues, the readers needed for both payment types could not be sourced in time for the project start date. To get us going on time, the terminal provider installed a credit card only reader, and since then the correct readers have been installed. The second and third payment options came through our paid parking vendor, Hotspot Parking. In attachment B of your package, you'll note that familiar green P on the Hotspot Parking sign with 2 payment options posted on it. Norfolk County produced signage as well, and we posted ours in each zone, indicating that paid parking was in effect every day from 10 a.m. through 7 p.m. The rate being charged, that payment had to be through a pay station or app. And in Port Dover's case, that the first hour was free if registered. Port Dover had a total of 56 paid parking signs posted, while Long Point had 12. The first of 2 digital payment options allowed customers to download the Hotspot Parking app onto their cell phone. The second digital option allowed customers to scan a QR code from the sign, which then led them to the Hotspot website for payment. Customers did not pay Norfolk County directly for any paid parking session. All payments during the project went through our vendor. The 2 transaction types were almost evenly divided, with 53% choosing a pay terminal and 47% choosing to pay digitally with their cell phone. In total, 27,736 paid parking sessions occurred during the 3 months of the project, with the heaviest usage, about 77%, taking place in the months of July and August. Customers at Long Point accounted for an average daily usage of 2.7 hours, while Port Dover averaged 1.9 hours per session over the summer. The heaviest usage in all zones appears to have been Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which wasn't unexpected. From an enforcement point of view, next slide please. Most paid parking enforcement was handled by 3 post-secondary students. Full-time bylaw officers also provided paid parking enforcement support on Saturdays through the summer on an overtime basis. Paid parking enforcement officers utilized a handheld mobile device containing an optical scanner capable of reading license plate information. So if a paid plate was scanned, the device would indicate paid in green, and if the plate was unpaid, the reading would be unpaid in red, at which point a $75 ticket would be issued for that offense. Officers also patrolled for motorists parking in a no parking area or for those parked over the permitted time in Port Dover, Turkey Point, and Long Point. As for project charges, here are the totals by area. In Port Dover, there were 497 charges laid for unpaid parking and 20 for the seasonal waterfront offenses. In Long Point, there were 185 charges laid for unpaid parking and 19 seasonal waterfront offenses. And finally, in Turkey Point, where there was no paid parking, 92 charges were laid for seasonal waterfront offenses only. So in total, the pilot project generated 813 parking charges. Paid parking enforcement was proven to be extremely efficient over the traditional method of parking enforcement, which involves physically chalking tires and returning to check vehicles after 2 hours. The project proved that many more vehicles can be checked in much less time. Next slide, please. And as for revenues and expenditures, the almost 28,000 paid parking transactions made during this project resulted in a gross income of $158,303. Hotspot parking revenue share and credit card processing fees accounted for variable costs of approximately $37,000, while fixed costs for the pay terminals, signage, and communications, for example, resulted in a further $69,500, for total project costs of $106,690. That left a net profit of $51,613. Paid parking enforcement accounted for 84% of all revenue, while seasonal waterfront offense enforcement accounted for the remaining 16%. Seasonal waterfront fine income has not been included in the net revenue figure. The $51,613 figure represents paid parking enforcement results only. Port Dover accounted for 65% of net revenue, while Long Point accounted for the remaining 35%. Going forward, should further paid parking be approved by council, most or all of the fixed cost assets purchased during the 2022 project would not be required again. For example, the project signage is reusable and the 6 pay terminals were paid for through project income and would not be included in future costs. The savings by reusing these items in a future project would be approximately $63,000. Finally, consideration could be given to adding in the additional revenue from tickets issued for failing to pay for parking in a paid zone. During the 2022 project, 682 tickets were issued for failing to pay for parking. At $75 per infraction, those tickets have a value of $51,000 if all were paid at the highest amount, and $34,000 if all were paid at the discounted amount of $50. Enhancing the scope of the paid parking would likely increase future paid parking revenue from non-payment violations. I'll now turn it over to Darnell Bernardo, Project Manager for Traffic Services, for his comments.
Through the chair to council, good afternoon. With any project, and especially a pilot project like this one, there are always some challenges. Some of the challenges experienced during the paid parking pilot project included misunderstanding of how to use the app, the actual QR code, or the pay station interface. When it came to the app, some users downloaded the incorrect app and were asked for registration costs up front where our app was actually free, while others had a general difficulty navigating the app, especially when trying to get the free hour of parking in Port Dover. With the QR codes, a lot of people were not familiar with the QR code or how a QR code is used and how to access it on their cell phones. The pay station issues, again, were just a general misunderstanding on how to use the interface and make payment for the time they were wanting to purchase. To address these issues, staff increased the media presence, bylaw officers provided on-site help, and improvements were made to the pay station interface, and additional verbiage was added to the instructions. These issues became less and less as the summer went on. There was some confusion with the locations and time of the paid parking. This was especially true in Port Dover. Staff fielded calls and emails and advised them that the paid parking was strictly in the lower lakefront beach area and that there was ample free parking within walking distance of the paid parking area. People were also reminded that the paid parking was only from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and there was a free hour of parking available in Port Dover. Accessible parking was also a concern, as there is only 7 available in the lower lakefront area of Port Dover. Some users believe that with the use of accessible parking permit, they were permitted to park anywhere in the paid parking area free of charge. Policy was developed for the program that no payment was required for a valid user in an accessible parking spot. However, the accessible parking permit did not allow them to park anywhere else in the paid parking zone at no cost. User questioned why the pay stations not accept cash or debit card option. The pay stations were ordered to be equipped with credit card reading and a tap scanner option to enable debit card use. Cash option was not provided due to operational considerations regarding cash collection and remittance. Due to a supply chain issue, as Jim had mentioned, the scanners were not available during the 22 program and have finally been installed in December of this year. There were concerns about signage for the period of paid parking. Although staff sourced many signs at no cost, there was cost to remove existing signage, replace it with new, and reinstalling the old signs when the program was done. Some of the other concerns with signage was the visibility of the signs or the ability for the signs to stand out from other signage along the roadways. Signage clearly marking out the paid parking area and instructions on how to use the paid parking. Staff has done some research and comparisons with other municipalities that have paid parking, and if council was to decide to continue with paid parking, staff has a better plan in place for these issues. The paid parking projects came with a greater increase in staff resources, both for enforcement and administration, which had been anticipated. One issue that came to light right away was people not entering their license plate information correctly into the system, primarily at the pay stations. Those instances, users were paid for their parking session. However, when their license plate was scanned and not found in the database, a ticket was issued. Policy was later developed that if a user did in fact pay for their parking, received a ticket, and an honest data entry was committed, the ticket would then be forgiven. This took significant time to research and administration to avoid the ticket and issue the refund. Also, with the doubling of parking tickets over the summer, the admin time to deal with the complete ticketing process also doubled. As with any new project such as this, challenges are expected, and as the summer went on, improvements were made, these challenges and concerns decreased. This program was to run again. Staff are confident that with the lessons learned from some of these additional improvements and these challenges, staff time and pain points would decrease. Next slide, please. Successes. The first thing we noticed from the data from the paid parking program was that there was vehicle turnover in these areas, with Port Dover having an average 2-hour parking sessions purchased and Long Point averaging closer to 3 hours. With no comparators or means of comparing vehicle turnover in previous years, the data collected just shows that during the paid parking program, vehicles on average were not staying for long periods of time. Another success of the program was that it was revenue positive to the county, as shown in the report and previously mentioned by Jim. Staff will be seeking guidance from council on the allocation of these revenues. The paid parking program provided staff in the county with data they would not have had otherwise. Staff are much better versed in the specific technological, administrative, communications, and customer service needs associated with paid parking program. Important cost-benefit information has also been attained that will better inform council regarding potential income, which could be used to offset operational, administrative, and enforcement costs. The county is currently in a year-long comprehensive parking study where the data gathered from the paid parking program will be beneficial to them better understand the parking usage in lakefront communities that have been participated in the paid parking program. Staff received feedback that also the increased seasonal fines help reduce some of the pain points related to visitors parking illegally and on private and public properties. Next slide, please. Next portion was a public consultation. A survey was completed between December 20th and January 27th, where 2,275 people viewed the survey and 1,502 actually provided responses. The intent of the survey was to get feedback from users of the paid parking project and their personal experiences with the program. The one thing that staff does acknowledge is that we missed asking the respondents if they resided within Norfolk County, and if so, where. This would give us a better understanding of where responses were coming from. The very first question in the survey asked respondents if they actually used the paid parking in Long Point or Port Dover. The answer from here gave us an understanding if the respondent was going to answer the remaining questions based on their own personal experience with the program, or if it was based on their personal thoughts with the program in general. The next couple of questions asked where did they use paid parking, what method they used to pay, and if they used different methods, which ones did they prefer. The survey also got into the rates of the paid parking program and if the respondents felt that the rates were reasonable, what people considered reasonable rate, and if there should be a daily rate. The most common choice for rate per hour was $2, and 67% of people saying there should be a daily rate for parking. In what we call the SI style questions, a common theme was that want and need of a resident pass. But then towards the end of the survey, where people are asked if there was an option to purchase a monthly or seasonal pass, if they would, 80% of the responses were no. There were several common issues that came out of the survey responses, and some were already mentioned earlier. Difficulty using the pay stations, method of payment, poor instructions, not enough signage and communication, confusion over the free hour parking port over, cell reception, especially in Long Point, and the accessible parking issue. Some of the takeaways are if the program was to go ahead for another trial year, there are improvements that can be made to address some of the issues and concerns. Staff was already aware of most of these concerns from the experience of running the program the first year, and we are confident that we can improve on the majority of the pain points. Staff has ideas on signage improvement, possibilities on how to implement the resident parking pass, and the addition of the tap debit feature will improve the payment concerns. Another aspect of the consultation was to meet with Long Point Ratepayers Association and the Port Dover Board of Trade to receive their feedback on the paid parking. When speaking with Long Point Ratepayers, they are in support of the paid parking program and would actually like to see more in Long Point, especially along Erie Boulevard. With only paid parking at Abigail Becker, they felt it was hard to fully judge the impact it had on Long Point. One member actually went out and spoke with people using the paid parking, and the feedback they received was that paying for parking gave them a peace of mind that they were paid up for a specific amount of time and not need to worry about having to move their vehicle around when there's a time limit on parking. They believe that a daily parking rate would be beneficial and be comparable in cost of the provincial park. They support a resident pass provided it's issued and administrated correctly. They also noticed that Abigail Becker was well utilized and usually full, especially on the weekends. As noted in the public survey, they also heard complaints of how to use the pay stations, and the app was almost impossible to use due to cell reception. When it came to the Port Dover Board of Trade, there was a different view on the paid parking. The Board of Trade circulated their own survey to local business owners and received 25 responses and found the majority of respondents experienced issues with paid parking. Communication related to the program, including locations and the signage, was found to be inadequate, and better communication was needed and related to how paid parking worked, how the pay stations worked, and how to get the free hour. There was a consensus that there was some overflow of parking into the free areas as users tried to avoid the paid parking. Some members do not support the idea of resident pass if the program was to go forward, saying they believe the free hour provides ample time for residents to do their business in the paid areas, and the residents would use the pass to park all day in prime parking spots. In regards to their thoughts about the paid parking continuing, they said they need time to review the information, time to review this report before they could have any final thoughts on the program. I believe I'm turning it over to Teresa.
Thanks, Darnell. So just the last few slides, just to reiterate, the results of the 2022 pilot project with the reduced scope generated $51,000 in revenue for the paid parking portion only. We would like to note to council that this original project was scaled after another tourist community pilot project that was held in 2021. And although a different type of tourist community, still similar in nature. So their scope was a 4-month project utilizing approximately the same number of parking spaces as Port Dover, and they only used the online app. They did not pay for any pay stations, and that first year, that community generated over $100,000 in net revenue. That same community ran an enhanced program in 2022, again another pilot project. They extended their duration to 6 months. They expanded the size by a few additional streets and parking lots, and this time they purchased 2 pay stations. And in 2022, they generated $600,000 in net revenue. Late last week, we were also advised that this other community purchased an add-on feature that allowed them to obtain comprehensive data analytics that provided detailed usage related to the parking statistics. And we are aware that this is now available should we want to do a future project. Sorry. With respect to the 2022 Norfolk County pilot project, considering we generated $51,000 in revenue in spite of purchasing the pay stations for $60,000, I would suggest that the pilot project was in line with what we had originally projected in early 2022. The 2022 paid parking pilot project stats show that there was parking turnover in both communities within the paid parking areas, and that the average stay was about 2 to 3 hours. It is acknowledged that parking enforcement is the key to managing parking problems in the lakefront communities, whether there is a paid parking program or not. Staff stress that there is a cost for bylaw enforcement staffing resources that have to be funded in some manner. And as Jim outlined earlier, resource time differs from chalking tires versus a registered plate recognition program. Currently, the clerks and bylaw budget has funding allocation for 2 parking summer students annually. 2 students cannot provide adequate parking enforcement coverage in 3 lakefront communities that are 20 minutes apart, as well as provide additional coverage for any other area within the county. Without the ability to fund additional resources, staff advise that the parking enforcement required in these communities during the summer season cannot be maintained. Having the ability to generate funds to be able to provide the parking oversight as requested by the communities will aid in providing this service. Generating funds during the peak summer months from users who staff believe are primarily not county taxpayers will help fund services while reducing the burden to county residents. Last slide, please. In summary, today's report is seeking direction from council on 2 matters. The first is we are looking for how council would like us to use the $51,000 revenue generated from the initial paid parking pilot project in 2022. As indicated in the report, and as we originally brought to council, staff are recommending that the revenues be considered to be divided into 3 components. 25% of the revenue to go into a reserve fund where the funds will be available for allocation for county-wide future parking initiatives as directed by council. 50% to be designated to county initiatives within each community to be allocated in 2023 as determined by the operations department to meet service needs including but not limited to line painting, garbage receptacles, signage, washrooms, benches, parking lot repairs, and student staffing resources. And 25% to designated community-driven projects or specific activities within each community as directed by council and also to be allocated in 2023. The second consideration today is for council to consider an extension to the pilot project. So staff believe that the initial pilot project met the purpose of the intended purpose. It generated data, it produced revenue, and it addressed some of the community concerns related to parking. Staff also recognize that improvements could be made for the program to be more versatile, provide better communication and signage, and offer more options for residents. Staff would like the opportunity to bring forward a report in March to outline a new scope to extend the pilot project in 2023 to obtain additional information to evaluate the viability of seasonal paid parking in Norfolk County, as well as the increased seasonal fines for regular parking infractions. I want to make it clear that directing staff to bring forward the report does not bind council to a decision. It simply allows council to have all of the details required to make an informed decision. However, if council has no desire to move forward with the paid parking, then staff do not see a reason to bring forward an additional report. And with that, staff are prepared to answer any questions of committee.
Thank you very much, Teresa and Jim and Darnell. Questions of committee or the presenters? Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, can we clear up and provide a bit more of an explanation surrounding the use of overtime for paid parking?
Sure, I'll start this and then Jim, if you want to jump in. So when we put forward the paid parking program, we had enough funding for 3 students, and we decided that within our regular bylaw enforcement budget, we do have allocation for overtime for different bylaw enforcement mechanisms or initiatives throughout the year. So we decided to use that and have one of our regular officers available every Saturday to provide primarily to help out with parking enforcement, but they also handle some of the other matters that needed to be handled at that time. So we did not include that overtime in the paid parking cost because those are costs we typically put out annually for different initiatives such as this.
Thank you. So is it safe to say that if paid parking never went ahead ever again, those overtime costs are essentially fixed anyways with the permanent bylaw officer and they would occur regardless of paid parking?
it's through the chair to Mayor Martin. Yes, the county always budgets for a bit of overtime in that area, and we do often try to address different things that we can throughout the year using those funds when we have to have weekend support in different areas of our program.
Okay, thank you. This is probably not a fair question to ask you, but do we have statistics on tourism numbers in our communities, specifically Long Point and Port Dover? One thing, you know, we heard quite a bit was that our paid parking endeavor was really going to harm tourism. And I see that we had 27,736 separate engagements with the app and or the pay station. How do we know how that sizes up in other years? I'd like to be so bold to say I don't think it deterred people from coming, but I don't have anything to compare it to.
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, we would have to circle back with economic development on that. We did not pull those types of stats for this time.
Okay, no problem. I can send you that in advance. I'm going to do the same thing to Mr. Cridlin. Probably don't have an answer for me, so I apologize for putting you on the spot. But in general, do we know what the expenses are associated with the ops budget, the operating budget, and tourism communities with regards to our washrooms, our additional garbage pickup, you know, additional street sweeping because of the beach, sand? Or is there a fixed cost that goes in your budget? And I ask that because I see in this report there's a suggestion to put revenue through the operating budget.
Through the chair to Mayor Martin. Items such as sweeping, total garbage, yes, we'd have to go through the budget and we do budget a certain amount. I think more what you're getting for is down to the micro level sort of thing, and we don't necessarily have that. We have the work order, we could track it, but it's a logistics thing of starting that. So I couldn't give you the number. We have the big overall numbers, but how they go down to this thing, it's not exact science.
Okay. And I ask mostly because each community has its own fixed cost for garbage removal and so on, and those are important. But I know from my experience as the former ward councillor that there was an exceptional amount of additional garbage pickup requirements and a lot of additional correspondence or desire to have the washroom open more and longer. And so I wonder how those costs manifest in a corporate-wide budget and how we're meeting the needs, if we're meeting the needs at all. And so I'm interested in that when we talk about revenue from this potential future project, how it would all break down and making sure that we're not expecting, you know, the taxpayers of Waterford and Langton to pay for additional garbage pickup in the tourist community outside of what we've already budgeted for. So I think that was a neat suggestion from staff. And then my last question for right now would be just, I'm looking for confirmation maybe through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Milson on revenue. So if we were to take a really high level approach, we know that we've generated $51,000 as a profit over the last year. And so if we were to continue, we know that we don't have an additional $63,000 in overhead expenses. And I also heard you say that on the low end, or maybe Teresa said it, there's an additional $34,000 of ticket revenue that's not accounted for. So by my math, $148,000. If we were to work on an extensive media program, purchase more signs, maybe buy another pay station, let's just high estimate that we could potentially be bringing in $100,000 a year if we shaved off that $48,000. Is that the projections from staff so that I'm not putting words in your mouth. If we were to continue with this project, would there be considerably more overhead costs that we haven't discussed here? Would there be anything you would change? Or is it safe for council to roughly benchmark a very conservative amount of $100,000 of revenue if it was to continue?
Is that for myself, Mayor?
Sure, just if you're comfortable answering that, anyone who wants to.
I can make an attempt through you, Mr. Chair. I think we have to consider that this was a very small scope. Our research initially in the last year at this time centered around many other seasonal waterfront communities in Southern Ontario, from Prince Edward County to Central Elgin and up to Bruce Peninsula. We were the exception by not doing it, and in a number of those cases, they have increased their participation in it. I'll use Central Elgin as an example. They have doubled theirs by including what they call their little beach area from the main beach. And they're paying for infrastructure as well through some of those funds, as I understand it. So the possibility exists that a significant amount of money could be made by expanding the project into other areas. We didn't touch Turkey Point at all. That this summer had a huge influx of people. Our officers were very busy down there. I was down there a number of times, and I didn't notice any difference at all in the amount of people. As a matter of fact, on the civic holiday weekend, they were overrun with people. So the potential exists to make a significant amount of money once assets are paid for, and in this case, the 6 pay stations we have are already paid for. So I would suggest that over $100,000 next year would be completely in line just doing what we already did. We would have to think about several things for expansion, including an admin position and another student added in, because it's a very busy time to go car to car and write ticket by ticket, and just the volume of people that were down in each of the areas alone, 2 or 3 students probably wouldn't be able to do it. We'd have to have some admin support as well, but that's just my thoughts on it. Teresa may have more.
Through the chair to Mayor Martin. So I agree with everything Jim said. If we were to bring a report forward, we would capture some of the things that maybe we hadn't captured in this, being prepared for the pain points we had last year. I do want to reiterate that, even though we're saying that there's 51,000 in revenue, what we're suggesting is that that's the net revenue. So the money we made actually offset costs that would have been picked up in our regular budget, which allowed those fundings to go to other projects we needed to do, or didn't make us come forward to council for a budget amendment with respect to those pieces. Council had originally said we had $95,000 to purchase pay stations for the project. We didn't actually have to use that $95,000 because we generated that through the project. So that, would go back to the reserve fund that would be used for future years. So I know there was a lot of concern that the only reason we wanted to do the program was for revenue purposes. But there was a lot of talk about what this project would do. And so to some of the feedback that we've received that said we didn't have anything to compare with, you're right. But you know what? If we did it again, we now have something to compare it with. We have some data. We were able to kind of start to track what parking looks like in those communities in a tangible way that we can use to look at other processes that we do. We were able to get community feedback. We were able to invest the community, and we were able to see where we lacked communication, where we can improve on communications, and we were able to find funds to provide that extra enforcement that communities have been asking us for years. And without that being an impact to all county taxpayers, we did it based on the user system in those communities. So when I, hear that it was all about revenue, I look at it more of finding funding to finance the services and the resources we need to, I guess, combat the problems that we have with respect to parking. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Teresa. Through you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't agree more concerning the revenue. I know that that was a criticism. First of all, I commend staff for putting this together because I know that it was more work than you anticipated. It's countless days on the beach with Mr. Milson and business owners trying to make a go of this. But I look at this project as a means to an end. I know that the paid parking isn't popular. I think that we could meet in the middle with our community members on a paid parking pass. I don't know if you need direction if this motion passes for you to continue working on this project and come back to us. I don't know if you need that direction to include that type of information, but that is something that I would really like to look into. But I look at it as a means to an end because especially as I wear my new hat as mayor, I think about the countless community members who have been paying for parking, who have been paying for community tourism infrastructure in other communities. And this revenue, if we're able to, especially if we're able to streamline it into a non-taxpayer base, is new revenue that comes in that can be contributed, can contribute into a parking reserve where parking can pay for parking. And can we put a plan together with facts that we demonstrate to the public that, hey, and I'm just pulling a figure out of thin air here, but in 6 years, paid parking doesn't need to be a thing anymore because we've generated enough revenue to purchase land, to buy a parking lot, to pave it, and to put lines in. Or, hey, in 2 years, paid parking doesn't need to be a factor anymore because we've saved enough money to not only complete our parking study, but to repaint the lines in our community and create angled parking instead of parallel parking, which increases our parking spaces by X number. I don't know that. I don't have those figures. I can do some high level projections if we're estimating that we'd put $100,000 into a reserve every year. But that's to say that we're not going to, if we do it, that way, the path of least resistance would be to contribute as much money we can into those reserves, not the 25% that's stipulated in the report. That means that we're not topping up the operations budget. And that means that we still have to have a conversation for future funding use with each community because we did have a conversation with them initially about contributing funds back into those communities. So all of that to say, I'm in favor of today's recommendation, and I do believe in giving the nod to staff to complete working on this project because I do believe that there's merit in this project. It wasn't perfect, that's for sure, but I know that staff worked really hard on it, and I think that there's something here to still dig into. But I'd like to see the funding model suggested by staff rejigged. I don't want to go ahead and form that up in a motion today because I think that there still needs to be community consultation on how that funding is to be allocated. And additionally, I just want to thank staff for kind of being brave enough to throw out a solution because I know it wasn't a politically friendly one. But with that, Mr. Chair, I am happy to move the recommendation, but I also have monopolized quite a bit of time here with questions. So I'll let you take that back over and see if there's more conversation.
Hey, Madam Mayor, I believe that there is. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. My question to staff is one, did we have a full complement of by law enforcement staff this during the course of this pilot project?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we did. We had 3 parking students, post-secondary students, who worked the whole summer, every weekend. And as mentioned earlier in the report, we supplemented that with some officers on overtime.
Okay, thank you very much, Jim. And I guess my next question was there any, I know that it might be difficult to quantify an answer because it wasn't necessarily something that we were looking at in prior years, but did our staff experience any increase in, for lack of a better word, harassment from patrons in terms of the paid parking, that anything that they would have experienced or not experienced in prior summer seasons?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we certainly had a lot of comments. Because of a staff changeover, I inherited a lot of this at the beginning of the summer and fielded a lot of phone calls from the public through the summer, especially at the beginning when everybody was getting used to the process. So our staff did experience some pushback from time to time. But I wouldn't say it's anything more than a usual summer, just on normal parking issues. There was lots of questions about paid parking, of course, but we tried to make that right. As Darnell mentioned earlier, there were 63 folks that entered the wrong license plate information into the terminal. And in every jurisdiction that I've contacted since, they held those people accountable and made them pay their tickets, even though they paid for parking. We chose to take the high road and to give people the benefit of the doubt, and it took a lot of research and time to do that, but that generated some goodwill at the same time. So there were pros and cons to the project as far as, public being displeased and comments and that, but overall, I will tell you this, that the majority of anybody with a negative comment came locally, and that the people that I dealt with who have paid for parking from outside the area, outside of Norfolk County, took it as an expected function to pay for parking. There's very few places you can go in this province now and not pay for parking in tourist areas, and so they were quite used to it, to be honest with you.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. And I think change is difficult. I did receive some negative feedback, but I also think there was a big misconception that people thought that you had to pay everywhere in Port Dover for parking, where there was numerous amounts of locations that were in close proximity to some of the hot spots, for lack of a better word, that were still considered free parking. And I do understand that the whole premise was not based on revenue, but it was based on turnover and access to businesses and some of our attractions in Port Dover. So I know that Mayor Martin had put something forward, and I would be more than happy to second that. I feel that there's been some good groundwork laid on this, and I think it's worth another session and get all of our kinks worked out and then move forward with it. So I would second that, Councillor or Chair Michelle.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Madam Clerk, I believe the council has other questions for staff. Can we go ahead with the motion, or
I think through the chair, I think if council's in agreement, I think it would be fair to allow the other councillors to ask their questions, and then after everybody's asked their question, then to go right into debate.
Yes, very well. Thank you, Councillor Van Dursey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I'll be supporting actually that motion. It is a concern to me that we would be an exception rather than something that occurs in the rest of the province. So for me, I think it's important that we have this come back, do more research on it, but I'm very pleased to see there was a profit. And at the end of the day, realizing that you do generate funds, it's important that those funds are put back in the community. So if on a lakefront we get more washrooms, we get more benches, more whatever, I think that's a benefit for the whole of Norfolk, because we all do come out to Dover and we do all go out to Long Point. So that's important to me. I brought guests down and from different areas, and one was from the St. Thomas area, and they were quite comfortable in paying for parking. But it was nothing new to them because they go down to down to the lake, and they also have to pay. So that area does the same thing. So I will be supporting this. So I'm pleased to have this, and I'm looking forward to a report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dursey. Councillor Varick.
Yeah, I have some questions through you, Chair, to staff, just to clarify some of the things that are in the report. guess I'll just start at the beginning. The main question is that I'm looking at the chart with the expenses, and I don't see a line for staff time in here. And so I'm wondering, how do we know we profited $51,000 if we didn't account for the expense of the time that went into it? Because I would say, having, run projects and run a business, the number one expense in almost every project is staff.
So through the chair to Councillor Berry, so we did in the financial section of the report, we accounted for the one summer student. So we didn't include the two other summer students because that's part of our regular budget that we have been, for a number of years, had doing parking enforcement throughout the summer at primarily the lake locations. But we had asked for an additional student to be able to cover all three communities. So we felt that was part of the project. Part of the reallocation of the funds in 2021 was for a project manager for 18 months. So we considered that that was not necessarily a cost of the pilot project. That was a cost of that position that was allocated through the capital reallocation in 2021. The administration time for tickets and enforcement is something that we do with all parking tickets that we do annually. And so for this pilot project, we did not include that in there because that is part of everyday business. We do recognize that we would want to capture that in a report that would come forward to say, hey, these are costs that we actually think should be allocated back to that. But at the time we did it, if we hadn't have done the paid parking, we still would have had enforcement tickets issued in those lake communities anyways, and those costs would have been part of our regular budget. So we did not allocate them in this at this time.
What about the time that Mr. Milson, and it's indicated in here too, was spent on reversing those fines? Because that is specific to the parking project. And it says in here, I think the word is significant time or considerable time. I don't remember the exact words, but that it said it took a lot of time to do that. So was that counted towards the project cost?
So through the mayor to Councillor Berry, that was a bit of an anomaly because, again, we did have a project manager in place. Due to unforeseen circumstances, that project manager departed the county at the end of May. So had that project manager not departed, Jim would not have been doing all of that work. The project manager would have been. So yes, there was significant work to Jim unexpected, but our theory was that that was really captured within that project manager funding that we had. But we just wanted to acknowledge that that was a pain point we weren't expecting. It happened, but we had already had that funding mechanism in place for that project oversight through the reallocation.
Would it be, okay, so would it be fair then to say that if we actually did account for the actual staff time spent on this, that it would not have been profitable? Because I don't believe that, I mean, I understand why we're explaining away where the staff time goes, but the reality is that it was spent on this project and it is an expense. Like, I mean, so the restaurants that we're talking about here, if they didn't count their staff time, they could say, well, we made millions of dollars, but you can't sort of say what's related. Maybe we can, but I don't believe you can say that it's related to the project, but it's not a project expense. So I guess if we're going to do another report, I'd like to see that more accurately reflected, because I guess that's where I'm going. I don't believe that this is a profitable project if you count staff time and benefits and all the things that go along that go into it.
So through the mayor to Councillor Berry, fair comments. And I would say that we could probably look at that and say that there were some allocations of staff time that perhaps should have gone back to the project, such as dealing with people who put the wrong license plate in. The reality is that these parking issues have been happening for years, and we are already compensating that. We're paying for that person to be doing that management. So could we say that we could take that wage and put it towards the revenues that were generated in this project? Absolutely. We could say it was break even and we covered that. But those costs are already in our budget. We're already paying for those costs, so those weren't new costs. I can tell you the first year I was here, Jim and I dealt with innumerable parking issues throughout the summer, innumerable asks to council for additional staff. That was there before we ever had paid parking. We had to have those administration costs. So do I agree that there are some things that came out of this project that added to that workload? Yes. And do I think we should capture that? very fair point, but I would not say the majority of that administrative work was generated because of the paid parking.
Thank you for that clarification. So, oh, thank you. So, one of my concerns, and this is what I hear from businesses also, there's several, but one of them is if it's $5 an hour and we have an 8-hour window, essentially you can park in the beachfront area for $40 for the entire day. And so with the initial intent of the project, as I understood it, to turn over parking, that $40 for an entire day, we would essentially lose that spots. We could have someone right in front of a restaurant all day. Another concern is, well, actually, I'd like to ask about that. So was that accounted for in any way to, when we talk about there being turnover, how do we weight that? Like, how do we know that there was turnover? I see a couple statements here that you're comfortable saying that, yes, there was turnover. How do we know that if we may have been creating essentially paid parking lot on Walker Street?
So through the mayor to councillor, very good question. So the analytics that we were able to pull from the project that we had and the system we had access to was limited. We were able to pull some statistics that showed how often people were parked in the spots, and that's how we generated the graph for the report. Could we address all of those pieces you just asked? Not with this data report. What I can say is the report that was shared with us through another community, it's an add-on feature. There was amazing analytics that could be pulled, in a future project if we put it forward for those kind of comparisons. We just didn't have access to that last year. We weren't aware of that, and so it wasn't part of our project scope. Are those things we could dig a little deeper to see if we could find in a report coming back? We could try with the data that we have access to, but we did not capture that specific question in this report.
In where the tickets were issued, I'm missing a page here, but it looks to me that the ones where people parked over time were fined more heavily than the ones who chose not to pay to park at all. And I just wondered how you landed on that. So someone tried to participate and do the right thing and was over time, got the heavier fine. Why was that determination made? So I completely ignore the parking. It's a $75 risk. If I pay to park and I go over time, it's $100. How did that decision get made?
So through the mayor to councillor Berry, that was just part of the project scope that we put forward last year when we had the two components. So one component was with respect to seasonal fines. So existing infractions that occur, which is parking over the time in posted areas of time, not the paid parking portion, and then the no parking areas. So that was the first component. When we brought the bylaw forward to implement the paid parking portion, being it was the first time we'd ever done it, all of a sudden we realized that, oh, well, we're going to need a fine for not parking, not paying for your parking in that paid parking area. And so that may have just been a staff oversight of aligning those fees the same way. But that it was just two different components of the project. If we did it again, obviously we would align that better.
Okay. I have a question about the 1.9 hours of paid parking per session. So it says customers purchased an average of 1.9 hours. Does the free hour count as a purchase or no?
So I'm going to turn that over to Jim because he ran the data analytics. I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably, but I will let Jim take that one.
Thanks, Teresa. Through the chair. No, that actually was just for paid parking. That didn't include the 1 hour free parking.
Okay, so then with that information, it'd be fair to say that people who paid to park actually stayed longer than 1.9 hours. Do I have that right?
It could be if they took advantage. 2.9. It could be if they took advantage of the 1 hour free parking. We have no way of knowing how many did or did not, to be honest with you. So, again, using Teresa's verbiage earlier, we'd have to have more solid data analytics available to us to, at the beginning of a project, which we simply just didn't have. I think what the data does show is that there is turnover. Whether it's 1 hour free included or not, there's still a reasonable turnover of approximately 2 hours in Port Dover. You know, when we do the physical checking of 2 hour parking, once an officer goes and chalks tires and moves on and returns 2 hours later, there could be people coming and going, and then they've got to recheck everything. So from an efficiency standpoint, and for holding people accountable for long-term parking, that really isn't the most efficient use of time. It's much better to do it this way.
Through the chair to Councillor Berry. So I'm going to go out and say I'm comfortable saying if you felt comfortable with us saying that it was 2.9 and 3.7, we could live with that. We still feel that that is reasonable turnover within that time frame.
Fair enough. So I'm glad that you brought up the chalking tires again there, Jim, because I think in Port Dover, at least, I can't speak for the other communities, but in Port Dover, what they want and what they still want, what they're telling me they still want is the 2 hour bylaw enforced. That is the preferred solution overall. And so I understand that the argument against the 2 hour bylaw is the chalking tires. Is that correct? Because I think we talked when we met with the Board of Trade that if someone parks in behind 5 minutes later, they actually start the 2 hours whenever the person goes back around. So it's not an accurate reflection. Do I have that correct? That's why we don't do the 2 hour bylaw?
No, I think that I don't believe is a correct thought. We will do the 2 hour if we have time and when we have resources in there. The problem, I guess it's twofold, and Jim can jump in after, but first of all, we need to have a resource there to be able to do it, and we don't have enough resources to be in Port Dover all the time, every day, with 2 officers. And then we just recognize that chalking tires it's a timely process. So the students can only do so much in that time. Doesn't mean we can't do it. No, absolutely, we can do it, but we just recognize it's not as efficient as other mechanisms that are available to us.
Okay, because where I'm going with this is we have the ability now to create a parking, like a slip, a ticket, not a ticket, but whatever it is that they get when they get the printout. And it has the 1 hour free, correct?
The receipt.
So through the chair to Councillor Berry, so we actually didn't, the slips that were printed this year, those were just receipts. It was all, you registered your license plate and it was all through license plate registration. There was no slips of paper that had to be put anywhere or checked.
Okay, see, I said, I don't know, I walked downtown, I live so close, I didn't have to park, but, okay, so I guess where I'm going with this is, could we not do the same thing, but create a 2 hour window that also scans license plates, and if that's been there for more than 2 hours, and the 2 hour bylaw is now enforced with the same efficiency as this program, and then we've given the businesses what they want, which is the 2 hour for sure turnover, without the headache of the potentially buying the 8 hours to sit in front of the building all day for $40. Like, we have the ability to do a 1 hour. Surely we can do 2 hours and just solve it that way.
Through the mayor to Councillor Berry, absolutely, there's that ability. There's a cost for that software. There's a cost for those capital resources. There's a cost for operating costs. So where does that come from? So if council wants to approve a budget for us to go out and purchase that kind of software recognition and those programs, absolutely available.
Okay, because my assumption would be that the parking tickets for people that don't follow the 2 hour bylaw would pay for it.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, I mean, so we're talking about, we're selling the time for $5 an hour. But if we're going to give a ticket for someone who's overtime that's $75 or $100, that's worth 20 hours at $5 an hour. So my assumption would be if we did the 2 hour enforcement and you gave someone a $100 ticket for being overtime, you've actually moved the person along or penalized them 20 hours of parking for violating the 2 hour bylaw.
So one of the things that we've had challenges with, and I would say that this is across all organizations I've worked in Ontario, is allocating revenues out of fine revenue. It's a tough thing to quantify because the revenue generated from a ticket is not just the cost of the enforcement. There's the cost of the finance department doing the financial aspects of it. There's the software cost of the different systems that have to be used. I think we use 3 different systems, software systems for fine. There's a cost for the POA portion, the staffing and the judges and the justices. There's a cost for prosecution when prosecution has to come. So it's a hard cost to quantify of what those total revenues are and what they can be used. So my finance friends, who I love dearly, they always challenge us on using the fine revenue to finance certain expenditures because of those hard costs, finding what those differences are, as well as fines. As much as we know, usually we collect, there's not guaranteed that we're going to collect all those fines. So it's not necessarily a guaranteed income either.
Would it be possible or reasonable, I guess, to ask in the next report to have some kind of comparator that would give us an estimate? So we've just heard an estimate of 100,000, 150,000. We can estimate that. So on the same token, can we estimate what it would cost or what we might be able to generate if we did 2 hours, no option to park longer than 2 hours? You get your $100 ticket after that. Can we have a sense of what that might lead to based on the same usage that we have here?
Sure.
Okay. I have another question about the use of revenues. So it says here about the washer facilities and the garbage bins and the collection, et cetera, et cetera. Is the proposal to have that revenue go to additional services, or does that revenue essentially just replace the funding that's already spent on those services in Port Dover?
So staff, when we were talking about what would come forward if council asked us to bring a report again in March, was that perhaps those would be uses that we would have enhanced usage. So if this is how much revenue we get and we're going to allocate as we recommended, which may or may not go 50% back to the operations department, that maybe through that 50% they could hire an additional summer student to go and do garbage through the lake communities for the summer, or they could purchase a couple additional washrooms out of that. So I think the regular costs right now would stay within our annual budget unless council decided to enhance that somehow, but we're just thinking outside of the box. What could we do with that that would make it better for the residents to say, hey, this revenue is generated and here's the benefit to you. So that's where we were kind of leading our ideas.
Because that's some of the feedback I've had from the businesses, especially in the affected area, but even up on Main Street, is that, this isn't our favorite, but if it was going to create revenue that is an addition, then they can maybe support it more than if it's just, well, we were spending 50 on lines and now we have this different 50, so that 50 goes back to the levy and now we come with this 50. So if you're saying it's additional, that would be good news for everybody in my community that was on the fence related to that issue. I think that's good for now. I may have a couple of questions during the discussion. I'll pass for now. Thank you.
Councillor Brunton. Apologize, Councillor Brunton. Councillor Duffy, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to, I think probably Mr. Milson in this case. I guess I would start by saying thank you to staff. I would say this is a pretty big project for us to undertake, and certainly putting the report together alone obviously took a significant amount of time. So thank you for your work on doing that. My overall sense in terms of parking and paid parking is that we have to do something. This pilot project has certainly shone a light on some of the good. We've also found some problems, and that's not uncommon in a pilot project anyway, to find what works and what doesn't work. Overall, I'm in support of the motion that sounds like it's coming forward, and in principle of running this again later in the year. I think the more data that we can get, the better, and I have already mentioned to staff some comments related to the survey that we did and how we can improve upon that to ensure that we are getting it right as we move forward. Just a question, I think, again, to Jim. It says in here that there were 813 tickets laid, I think is what the report says, and there were 63 concerns raised from individuals that had data entry errors. I'm actually just really curious, is that 813 reflective of the 63 that were then forgiven, or is that sort of all-encompassing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Duffy. Thank you for the question. It's in the 813 tickets, I think it was that's the total that were written. 63 came off of that were forgiven.
So then, Mr. Chair, sorry, just a quick follow-up. That revenue was excluded then as well, or that was included in the overall number?
Well, that revenue was excluded. We didn't earn that money. We forgave it and paid if they had already paid the ticket, we repaid them. If they hadn't paid it yet, we canceled the ticket.
Perfect. That's what I was trying to get at, is that if there was a refund cut, that wasn't included in the revenue. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brunton, then Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few questions. I like the idea of doing the study again, but I'd like to add a couple of things, and maybe council's already dealt with these, but I'm not sure. I'd like to see a little bit of mapping to show me how much parking is available in some of these locations, be it private or public. I know Dover have quite a few. I don't know what's private or public down there. I shouldn't say I know where the public is, but and the other thing I'd like to know, my observation, and I frequent all these places in the summer, it's lack of parking, period. When you go to Long Point, Turkey Point, or even Dover on the perfect weekend, if I could use that term. So I think I'd like to know, aside from the availability of parking in private versus public, is the volumes of traffic going in and out of these three locations, and it shouldn't be very hard to do with the counters. Long Point's got one way in and out. Turkey Point's only got two. I guess Dover might be a little more difficult with, what do they got, about 4 accesses? Cockshut, Highway 6, and Radical. I guess that's about it, isn't it, down there? But it'd be nice to know if we've got X number of vehicles coming in and we only have X number of places to park in the first place. Who cares what it costs? If you fill them up, the other ones have got to go home, or you certainly aren't going to get any revenue out of it. So anyways, just a couple of things I'd like to see if we do the study again. Thank you.
Chairman, I've got 2 questions. So the first one is unpaid fines. Are they part of the equation here? Or the fines that are not paid, does a person then get their license held up through the MTO? I guess that'd be for Jim.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. I think it depends a lot on what's happening with those unpaid, because some of them could be asking for trials. And so that comes out of that number. But certainly if they go beyond a certain time period, then we issue what's called a CRC, a certificate requiring conviction, and then the MTO will flag someone's license and not allow them to renew, from my understanding. So there is a potential consequence for not paying a fine over a long period of time.
Are there many of those in the Port Dover parking case?
It's hard to say, because we don't have it tracked where these tickets are actually issued that are outstanding. So it would be very hard to say, to be honest with you.
Thank you. My second one was just to make a comment that I support the mayor's thinking with respect to establishing a reserve in the community, and perhaps maybe down the road, if we get some money built up in the reserve, we can actually build another parking lot with more metering in place. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. And just I just want to chime in here with that question to Jim about the unpaid tickets. So Jim, what is our our routine for trying to collect these unpaid tickets?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So after a certain time period of not being paid, it goes to the Provincial Offences Office, who will eventually hire a collection agency. And the collection agency is hired by the county to try and recoup some of the money owed on these tickets. So that's the normal process.
Thank you, Jim. Any other questions? Councillor Berry, and then just with respect to other people wanting to ask, or just will maybe we'll split limit on the number. You can limit your questions to just a couple just this time because other people might like a turn.
I do have a couple more that just sort of popped up here. So I saw that the Board of Trade was consulted. We appreciate that through the chair, Teresa there, and that the Long Point ratepayers. Did anyone speak to the Long Point Chamber of Commerce?
So through the chair to Councillor Berry, just a little history. So December 2021, I obtained contact information for all of the associations and business areas from the local councillors and economic development. The Long Point Chambers was sent a couple emails and there was no response to that. We did not hear from them. I understand that perhaps in March of 2022, they sent an email to council. I'm not aware of that. At that time, the project manager was running the project. This fall, when we decided to circle back with this report, we wanted to connect with the groups that we had originally consulted with, and we thought it was only fair to let them have a conversation of that. Again, we have not heard directly from the chambers through all of this time. However, the chambers did call me on Friday. I did get updated contact information from them. They did forward me the letter that was sent out in March, and I did give them an opportunity to provide commentary before today and did extend to them that if council asks for us to bring the report back, that we will consult with them over this next month.
Okay. And then I got two more quick ones. The parking pass that's been proposed, that is a paid pass, correct? The expectation is that residents will pay for the pass?
So without the report coming forward, we haven't proposed what that resident pass would look like. I think that we would probably put a couple options in, looking at a no pay pass as well as a pay pass. I would suggest that staff may have a recommendation on that, but we would obviously provide different options for consideration.
Okay, and then the last one is just a comment that when you're doing this second round of study, if you're doing another survey or talking to businesses, I'd appreciate if there was something in there where you asked businesses how much time they spent and their staff spent on this with the public. I've talked to a couple that said, yeah, we spent some time, not sure how much, but I had one today that said that they estimated they spent between 3 and 5 hours every week dealing with people who are frustrated or trying to explain the system to them, and that is a significant cost to the businesses as a whole if the miscommunications and lack of signs and all these other things are starting to cost them money. That is a concern that I would have also. So can we at least ask them if that is correct feedback? Maybe I only got it from a couple, but if it's widespread, I think that's a consideration that needs to be put into how do we remedy that. So I don't think it's fair to pass the cost of this program on to businesses.
Through the chair, if I may, to Councillor Berry, very good comment. We definitely will take that into consideration. I do just want to reiterate again that this was a pilot project. So all of us here new to the team, none of us had implemented a paid parking program in any community. It was a huge learning for all of us, not just the community, but staff and council. And so we recognized there were pain points. And, when we look back and we think, oh, why didn't we think of that? But we didn't know what we didn't know till we did it. And so I think that we have a lot of learning lessons we've learned. I can commend Jim Milson, who went out in the fall and actually visited other communities personally to see what they've done, to get feedback on how we could do it better, took pictures of different areas and signage. So, we went out and did our homework after. We did our homework before, but because we hadn't actually lived it, we didn't know that. So great comment, but I do want to assure council that we know there are big improvements we have to make, and we're prepared to propose those and be committed to making those. So I just, I totally agree the businesses probably felt those pain points, and we want to work with them to mitigate that, and we recognize where we could improve there. So, but definitely we will ask those questions.
Thank you, Councillor Berry, and thank you for bringing up the question about the Long Point Country Chamber of Commerce. Appreciate that, because I was going to do that. Also, just to add to that, and I believe Madam Clerk is aware of this, there is another business group in Long Point that has asked for recognition and some input. So I will also ask that they be included in that report. And also just some clarity, our agenda package indicates that this report we're discussing is to be coming in April, but as Ms. Wilson has mentioned a few times, the aim is for it to come in March. Any other questions of committee? Okay, seeing none, I have a few of my own. I think some of my previous concerns have been addressed. I'm just going to ask if Ms. Wilson can indicate, it's kind of clear, I think, with all of the learning that we've had an opportunity to do with this, that if we were to do this project again, I think staff and the public will not have so much mystery about how this works. I think it will work much better. I guess, we also have a potential for more revenue. Again, not that this is what this project is aimed at, but that would be a nice side benefit that we would get. But I think it is quite clear that we will have to admit, and I hope that staff can address this in their report in March, that there are some significant distinctions between these resort beach communities. I think as a quick example, while Turkey Point wasn't involved in the paid parking part, I would have to say that Long Point and Port Dover have some significantly different issues. So I hope that those differences can be addressed in the report. I do also think that another opportunity for more education and more input by all of these various groups will just make us that much better next year. And I think that this is a really good motion. So I think I'm going to go now. We have a motion on the floor that was made by Councillor Martin and seconded by Councillor Huffman. Is there any further debate or discussion on that motion? Councillor Van Pass. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mary Martin. Yes, I'm so sorry. Sorry. I was talking about last year and this year. Thank you, Councillor Van Pass. Yes, Mary Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just jump into the debate, I think it's very evident that I'm going to support staff. I moved the motion. But I guess, I'm hearing some of the conversations that I've had here today. I think one of my concerns is that staff are being directed to spend time to evaluate how much money it's costing them to spend time on projects. And I think that's a slippery slope to get into because we're in the public sector. We're in the customer service and the service industry. And so if it is the will of this council as a board of directors to endorse staff to do something, that certainly does come at a cost, but that's not, a reasonable factor to hang our hat on time and time again. And so I would just caution that. I think we could use that as an argument when we're looking at cutting the ditches in the spring and the fall. We can use that as an argument if we're looking at adding in additional ice time. There is a certain cost of doing business when you're in the service industry, and it's a cost that I am satisfied with undertaking if it's going to produce results to address kind of a systemic issue. So that's all I have to say to jump into the debate here. I'm supporting the motion, and thank you for staff for all of your efforts. I know that this one got a little bit messy, but I look forward to supporting you with the appropriate resources and addressing it moving forward.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. And nothing further, then we'll put this to the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We'll take another 5-minute break. Welcome back, everybody. We're not back yet. Welcome back, everyone. With regard to our last motion that was passed by council, just for some clarity, the clerk has asked that the motion be projected on the screen to show the slight variation that the mover made to a portion of the motion.
So through the chair to council, when Mayor Martin put the motion on the floor, she did ask that the revenue allocation not be as recommended by staff, and that it includes some further community consultation and to be brought back in a further report. So just wanted council to make sure they understood that. I'm assuming they did, but just clarifying that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I believe that the mover has a comment about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just see a slight correction that needs to be made. Consultation be completed in relation to the allocation. And I also want to take the opportunity to say that I want staff to have the ability to feel that they can have correspondence with the previously noted parties also outside of the funding allocation as per the Board of Trade's letter, but it's not specified here. So as long as staff understand that when they're having those conversations, they can have broader correspondence with regards to the parking pilot, I think that's great.
Councillor Brenton?
Just so I'm clear, like a lot of the comments that were made are going to be, I see them taking notes back there. I assume they're all going to be kind of incorporated into what you bring back in April. Okay.
Yes, and Councillor Brenton, just to be clear, that will be in March.
March. Yeah, it did say.
Yes, and we clarified that earlier.
Oh, whatever. All right.
I just like to have a little flexibility just in case.
Then we will move on in the agenda to motions. We have no motions today. In notices of motion, do any council members wish to introduce a notice of motion? Seeing none, we'll go on to announcements. Do members have any announcements? Mayor Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was just reminded of the free skate hosted by the Port Dover Lions. They have a parent and taught and a public skate February 18th, 3 to 4, February 20th, 2:30 to 3:30. And then the parent and taught specifically is February 20th, 1 till 2:30. And shout out to Delhi Kinsman Club. They had one last week, so unfortunately I can't promote it for them, but they had sponsored a free skate as well.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Chairman Shelley. I just wanted to make a point to remind Norfolk County residents that there are a lot of activities going on this weekend and on Monday for Family Day. So please make use of some of the activities that are around. One of the ones that looks quite appealing is the Glice. I believe it's pronounced, that's at the, that will be at the Norfolk County Fairgrounds for skating for the day. So it's a synthetic ice surface, and apparently it's the same as ice, and people can come out and skate for the day. So I encourage people to get out and spend some time with their families on Monday.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Anyone else? Then we will move on to our closed session. We have 4 closed items for our late closed session today. Pursuant to Section 239, subsection 2 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to the security of the property of the municipality or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, labor relations or employee negotiations. Can I have a motion to enter into closed session by Mayor Martin and seconded by Councillor Brenton? All those in favor? Few opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. And I will declare that county enter into closed session at 4:53 PM.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about people who live in Norfolk. People that get involved in our community, people that are passionate about living here. We sit down, have a conversation, and learn about their stories. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I am Emily. I love to connect with people. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. So today I'm sitting here with Scott. Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So Scott, to start, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, who you are, where you're from, and where you live?
My name's Scott McCrae. I'm a chef here in Norfolk County. I'm the chef at David's Restaurant in town, and I live in Port Dover, or just outside. And yeah, all my family lives in Port Dover. I moved here in high school and left for a bit and moved back, and now
Made it your home.
Made it my home. Yeah, it was my home before. I realized it was my home while I was away, and yeah.
Came back to the roots.
Yes, exactly.
So as I do with every guest, I ask you to pick a place in Norfolk County for us to do this interview.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me where you invited me and why you picked this place.
Well, we're here at Matt's Fruit Barn, just outside of town, and it was a pretty easy choice. I know we wanted something that was kind of related to what I do. We were talking about how diverse Norfolk County is as far as things that grow here, and it's like number one for so many different fruits and vegetables. And one of the first things I always think about is just, especially considering what job I have, is food. Norfolk County produces so much food and grows so much food. This property here that Christine and Jess and the family have, kind of, they grow more things here than I can even think of. Like, you look around.
Representation of Ontario's garden. When
Exactly.
You visit this place, isn't it?
Yeah. This is kind of just like a little example of what this area has to offer.
So I love to dig in people's passion and see what lights them up. And I'd love to know about you. I think I may have a little bit of an idea, but what are you most passionate about?
That's a tough one. I think definitely I'm passionate about food and what I do. That's something that since I was young, I've always associated memories. Like a lot of people with songs or with like smells or things, it'll just trigger a memory. And a lot of my early childhood memories have to do with food. There'll be a weird little thing that I remember, like, oh, that was my first like black olive I ever had, or that was like, there's a lot of memories that kind of are associated with that.
Big connections to
Big
food
ones,
and
yeah. Like
stories.
the mulberry tree in my grandparents' backyard, and we just stand for hours underneath just like eating mulberries. And
So I know you work long hours. It's a busy season for you in the restaurant. When you have some downtime, where do you like to go in Norfolk? Where do you like to have a good time?
Well, I'm lucky that all my family lives here. I moved away for a while. I moved to the city. I was in Yukon for a bit. Just being back and being able to see family is I don't get to see them enough still, but it's definitely a big reason why I came back and something I like to do. Friends too, just hanging out on local patios or at their house or watching Leafs games. Well, I've always been kind of, from my grandma when I was a kid, I got really into like birds. Yeah, so I mean, there's binoculars in the truck right now with the bird book.
Go to Long Point or where?
Well, of course, like that's Long Point. Well, around here, like I'm lucky I live out of town. You can drive out and see the tundra swans at Long Point when they come through. It's really a mecca for that if you're into that. I'm a bit of a weird, obsessive record collector, and I've got a lot of records.
Do you like to see live music around? Is there
of course.
decent bands that are around that you like to?
Oh, tons. Yeah. It is. Yeah, it's great. I mean, like a lot of my friends are musicians, and there's not a ton of downtime, but when there is, it's like sometimes just things that are just nice and relaxing. It always helps when you have like a local brewery.
And there's a lot to pick from. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of great ones. It's really exploded, especially since I moved back from Toronto about 10 years ago, and even in that time, it's the wine scene, the beer scene, the ciders, like all that has just exploded, and it's all really good. Like,
So do you think, like, just back to the winery and the brewery, like, after high school and when you wanted to leave and get to the city and get out of here and coming back and finding it like right here?
Well, even when I originally moved back, I was intending on going back to the city, and I came back and just realized that this is where I wanted to be. This is where my heart is. This is where I really belong, and I have friends there, but the friends that I have here are friends I've had since I was like in high school, right? So there's something there where there's
We live in a pretty cool place.
yeah, it's great.
I thank you so much for your time. I love connecting with you and learning about your passions, so I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. So thanks.
My name is Jim Toombs. I'm an Associate Purchasing Specialist here at Toyotetsu, also known as TTCA. Here at Toyotetsu, we're responsible for supplying Toyota with car parts, mainly automotive frame for the Lexus, the Corolla, and other Toyota models. I started here in May of 2016. I was in welding. Here I am 2 years later, and I'm a salaried position. The job itself it's challenging. There are challenges in what I have to do every day, and for that I enjoy it. It's not monotonous day in, day out. There's new challenges that I'm confronted with and new tasks that I have to do. A high school student who's like, I'm not sure, I think this is an excellent opportunity to kind of answer that question for themselves. They can see what kind of the working world is like, as well as pick up skills. There are plenty of opportunities here. For example, for me, I was in welding, but that didn't mean I had to stay there. There's opportunities in stamping, where you'd learn different skills entirely. PC, again, the same thing, some different skills needed that you'd learn. Though we make car parts and they're welded, there are a lot of departments and areas that support that.
My name's Aaron Pace. I'm a yard manager here at Townsend Lumber. We are a sawmill that produces lumber. We make anywhere from rail ties to timber frame home products, kill-dry lumber, which is used for wood cabinets and furniture. We also do pallet components, and we also do stakes for farming. We ship container loads to the Middle East, we ship it to Asia. We have gone to Mexico, Singapore. We've shipped to many different locations. My father has worked here for 30 years. He got me a part-time job as a summer student. I started as a regular piler, as a laborer at the entry-level position, and with hard work and dedication, I have been promoted through the system, and it took 9 years to become a supervisor. I enjoy the freedom of the job, like outside working with the heavy industrial stuff, talking to the range of customers and the way we produce things for them.
My name is Cam Kirkwood. I'm a production supervisor at Superior Essex in Simcoe. We make magnet wire and cable for the transformer industries. Our magnet wire products are found all around you that most people don't even notice. In winding motors, in alternators in your vehicles, transformers on the side of the road or on top of poles. I've been here at the company for 15 years. I started on the floor as a machine operator for 7 years, and then I did a stint in engineering for about a year, and then I moved on to production supervisor for the last 7. One of the best parts about working here is it is a build-to-order shop, so although we do make similar products every day, it's very unique. We don't always see the same orders. There's always new challenges. One of the best parts about being in manufacturing for me is the shift work. So it provides an opportunity for you to adjust to do your own life on your days off, or you can pursue other interests. A lot of people have second businesses or hobbies that they really enjoy. There is lots of opportunity to advance. There's educational assistance programs. You can continue to learn new skills and advance to a new area if you were so desire.
There's a great opportunity moving up the manufacturing sector.
Try it, because you're going to learn a lot about the working world as well as yourself.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series where I'll be highlighting People from Norfolk County who have a passion, who are involved in our community, who are the movers and shakers. So I'm excited to introduce every month somebody new from Norfolk that will bring you their story, their passion, and share it all with us. Come on in. All right, welcome to the first episode of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily, and I love to dig in people's life and getting to know more about them. I'm here with Jess today. Thanks, Jess, for showing up.
Thank you for having me. This is so exciting.
So just for the people that don't know you, introduce yourself. Tell me a little bit more about you and the person that you are.
Sure. Well, my name's Jess, and I grew up in Waterford, more specifically Boston, more specifically Bill's Corners. I'm a passionate Norfolk advocate. I love this area. I love theater. I love music. I love anything arts related. I'm also a passionate advocate for entrepreneurs in the area.
So I invited you to pick a location in Norfolk that meant something to you. So tell us where we are and why you picked this place.
All right. We are here in Simcoe Little Theater. It's on the corner of Talbot and Yonge in downtown Simcoe. And this place, Simcoe Little Theater, is a very special place to me. I spent most of my life in these walls, on that stage, behind the stage, in these seats, like everywhere in this space. It's something that theater is something that's like has always been a big part of my life since I was about 8 years old.
You mentioned to me that you also in high school, you were really involved into the drama program and all that. So
I had walked the halls of my high school and I had seen so many pictures on the wall of different shows they had done throughout the years, but nobody was doing shows anymore. And I was like really bummed about that. So in grade 10, me and my girlfriends, we roped all our moms in. We're like, if we start doing high school shows, like, will you guys help? Will you make costumes? Will you whatever? And they all jumped in.
Involved.
Yeah.
I love that, right? Like that's a small community, like
that's
everybody coming in together.
And like, that's what it requires, right? Like a show is like a mini village coming together, like making all the pieces happen.
So this community, I think the word, like you keep repeating it, and I think what you're creating in Groundswell is that sub-community within the community, and that really stands out. So would you say this is something that you're really passionate about?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yes, that connection,
totally.
Right? Yeah.
I just think like community is everything. We're not meant to live life alone. I don't think. And I don't mean like you have to necessarily have a romantic partner to live a life, but just have people around you that get you, that you don't have to explain yourself. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You just walk in the room and they're happy to see you. That's it.
That's always such a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you just have those people that, believe in you too, right?
Yeah.
And just cheerleaders.
Yeah.
So I see, Jess, you're always involved in this community, like you're volunteering places, you really want this place to grow and thrive, and so why Norfolk, and what do you love so much about this place?
Oh man, I think, yeah, it's a really good question. It's a combination of things. I think the geography that we live in, the nature we have around us, that is a huge benefit of being in Norfolk, but it's also the people here. And that's why I'm so obsessed with community, because we have so many beautiful people who live here with ideas, with talents, with love and vision. And I think that's what excites me. It's like, just because we're a small town doesn't mean we have small ideas or small impact.
I want to bring some of the music piece, because I know we've been talking a lot about the theater and acting, but I know that music is so important to you.
Yes.
And a big part of your life.
Yes.
So tell me a bit more about your maybe influences and what makes you feel alive in music.
Just like theater, I love performing music too. Mm-hmm. There's something really cool about being on stage like that. Before I came here today, I was like thinking about how alive I feel when I'm on stage. Mm-hmm. And I think that everyone kind of looks for that thing that makes them feel alive. Yeah. So for me, it's that.
Awesome. So I thank you so much, Jess, for taking the time to meet with me. There's going to be more feature of passionate, uplifting community people through this little video series. So keep watching. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Oh my God. This is so much fun.
Awesome. Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people that live in Norfolk. People that are passionate, people that are involved in their community, people that bring a lot of positivity. This is about story and conversation. Join us for the second guest. Welcome to episode 2 of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions, learn about people, get some connections. I'm here with Carrie today.
Thank you for having me.
I've been chatting with you and I got to know you a little bit more, but for folks that don't know you, maybe introduce yourself.
My name is Carrie Bokenholt. I live here in Waterford. I've lived here for over 15 years. I'm married. I got 2 kids and I just love the community.
From our conversation today, there's a lot of the community word showed up quite a few times, so.
I'm a believer of, when I moved into Waterford, I thought, wow, you know what, if we get involved, then you learn so much more and you meet so many different people. I mean, people that I know, if I wouldn't have met otherwise.
Yes. So I asked you to pick a location, Carrie, and so tell us where we are and why you picked it.
I picked the Waterford Heritage Agriculture Museum, WHAM, because in a couple summers we will be building our skateboard park here. So it's kind of a, let's show off. Not that I wore the shirt or anything, but yes, this will be our future location on the other side.
Talking about passion and passionate people, what do you think your passion is?
My passion is youth. I love kids. You know what? There's no such thing as a bad kid. Kids make bad decisions. And as the old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And I truly believe that, you know what? We give kids, that opportunity and show them that we support them and that, that we're there for them and they'll make the right decisions.
I made a stop at her business. She has a business downtown Waterford, and I was seeing that your family works there, your friends, your best friend is...
My best friend is with me. Both best friends, yes.
So this tight-knit community feel is really important.
When I was given my dream and somebody said to me, here, I'll help you, create your dream. And I thought, okay, karma. So this is somebody saying to me, it's my opportunity to use this to give back. If I have a restaurant, nobody should be hungry. I want kids to feel like they can come in and say, I need something or I need a drink or, whatever. I've been doing this for 30 years and the kids that I trained 30 years ago still come back to find me. And they come back and they tell me what they've been doing. And I guess the biggest thing is people don't realize sometimes the simplest thing can change a kid's life.
It is a ripple effect, don't you think?
It is, you know what? And I mean, so I get to see their, I feel old when I start seeing them coming with their kids. And I start seeing, that they've gone through and they're going to university or they're doing this or they've done this or done that. And it makes me feel like, I had a piece of that. Just by being involved in their life, maybe I made a little bit of a difference.
So you're an entrepreneur, you're super involved in the community, you're a mom, you have a lot on the go. So if I ask you, what do you do to de-stress and let go?
I like to go to the gym. I like to, boot camp, yoga. I try to take, a few hours a week for me.
Yes.
And it's just about me. And I honestly think anybody who's really busy, I think needs to learn. It took me 48 years to figure it out. But
never too late.
Never too late. As I said, I can go to the gym and I can be having the world's hardest day, and I always say I leave it on the mat.
Love.
So when I walk out of there, I feel like a completely, totally different person. Leave it on the mat.
So other than that, when you're in Norfolk, what else do you love to do? What's your favorite spot or place that you like to visit or something you love to do?
Love to go on the trails. I love going fishing on the ponds. Waterford, we have so many little places to go and see and do and
What's
stuff.
happening in this community?
You know what, there is. And I mean, the thing is we don't really, I laugh because there's so many of us who don't see what's here. They're right here. I mean, Whistling Gardens, Bonnie Heath. We have all the wineries and stuff. The museum. There's so many places to go. You can have a staycation without leaving Norfolk.
Yes. So thank you so much, Carrie, for joining me today and being part of this blog and video series. I invite you to check it out. Every month there will be somebody new, a new story, a new connection. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. People that are involved in our community, people that bring a lot of energy. So this is about a conversation, this is about their story. So welcome to episode 3. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to dig in people's lives, ask questions, and learn about people's passion. Today I'm here with Adam. Hi, Adam.
Hi, how are you doing, Emily?
Great. I'm happy that you're here, taking the time to sit down with me today. So I've known you for a little bit, small community, but people that don't know you. Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
So, my name's Adam Van Passen. I grew up here in Norfolk County. I was born onto a farm, and I got to work on that farm growing up, which was a great learning experience. From a young age, I got to understand what hard work was and what it was to be close to nature. So that was very cool for me. Growing up like that, my dad also was a counselor for Haldeman, Norfolk, and he had a big part in shaping what is today Norfolk County. So I got to see that, and watching him and experiencing him work through that really sparked an interest in me for the county and what it could become.
Great. So not like the typical kids. We hear most high schoolers like just ready to get out of their hometowns and go explore the city and something else, and it doesn't sound like that's your story.
Not at all. I heard a lot of kids saying that they wanted to move on to bigger, better things, and I just really didn't have that feeling. I always thought the biggest, best things were here in Norfolk to start.
So I asked you to pick a location today, and you bring me to a place that I don't know very well in Norfolk. Yeah. So tell me about where we are and why you picked it.
This is a very cool spot. I know a lot of people drive by it, maybe on their way to Long Point or into Port Rowan, but this is Boose Harbor. So I grew up on Boose Harbor. My best friend, his family owned this place. So I grew up here hanging out, relaxing, boating, going out fishing, going out hunting. I worked here for a while. I did some volunteer work for the Shriners Club here, doing some chicken barbecues. So I really got to experience Norfolk and how community comes together. There's a lot of people that take up their summer residence here in trailers, and it's very cool to see all these people that are coming from other places in Ontario to enjoy what Norfolk has to offer. So it's just very cool to see that and experience it. One very cool fact about this place is that Boose Harbor has the largest amount of indoor boat storage on boathouses for all of the world.
The world?
Yes.
Wow, that is crazy. This little place.
Yes, absolutely.
Very cool. Something to be proud of.
I would absolutely say so.
So we've been talking about nature, and we spend lots of time outside. You bring me to a boating place where you like to fish and spend time. So tell me about your passion. Obviously there's a connection somewhere there.
Yes, absolutely. Especially recently with everything that I've been seeing happen in the world, I'm very passionate about the earth. So I want the earth to be a good place. I want Norfolk County to be a good place. Everything that I love about Norfolk has to do with outside, has to do with nature, has to do with clean water, clean air, fresh trees, everything. So I just really think it's important to take care of everything that we have here in Norfolk County, and it's not an easy thing to do. So
no. We all have to start and do our part. That's the thing, right?
Absolutely. And I'm doing my best, but it does get very difficult. It's easy to make the change. It's just hard to start.
So we were talking earlier about, doing things around Norfolk and visiting places. I know you're a busy guy, like you work, you're a volunteer firefighter. So what do you do to de-stress and relax?
I would say my number one most favorite thing to do to de-stress would be to just get out on Lake Erie. Whether that's ice fishing, boating, swimming, relaxing. It's just such an amazing place. As soon as you get out on Lake Erie and you get away from shore a little bit, you just come out to this different zone.
Other than this place, like where else do you like to visit in Norfolk County? Where else? What's one of your other favorite spots?
I would say that my favorite spots in Norfolk County would have to be broken into two categories. One is nature, being Lake Erie, boating, all of that kind of fun outdoor stuff. And I also like Norfolk's bounty. Before, maybe you had to go out to a place far away to enjoy all of this beer, wine, food, amazing service, but now we can just go out the back door, and before I can drive for 10 minutes, I found something that I can go to locally that's amazing.
A couple of winery on the way here.
Yeah, it has passionate folks in it doing things. Like, it's just great. All around here, there's so many amazing things you can do, and it's just growing, so I love seeing that.
I thank you so much for your time. I love your connection with nature and what you want to do as far as your passion with the environment. I'm in line. We need to come together for this to happen, so hopefully we can inspire a few people with this little conversation here. So
absolutely.
Thanks, Adam.
Cool. Thank you very much.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. It's about people that have high energy, that get involved in their community. We sit down, have a conversation, learn about their passions. Welcome to the next episode. Hello, I'm Emily. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I love to ask questions and discover people's passion and having great conversations. So today I'm here with Nick. Hi, Nick.
Hi.
Might be you here, might be you invited me to a great place. I got to know you a little bit more today, but I'd love you to tell us a little bit more about you.
Sure. So I'm Nick Cranks. I was raised in Langton, and I live in St. Williams now.
So Norfolk County boy.
Yeah, Norfolk County boy. Yeah. If we're going to put a location on it, and if you're asking someone where you're from, this area, you always say Norfolk County. Unless you're from Port Dover.
Did you say Port Dover?
And then you say Port Dover for some reason.
I invited you to pick a place. So tell us where we are and why you decided to invite me here.
So we're at where I work, Blue Bear Hill Estates, which my family owns as well too. This is where I spend probably my entire day, every day of the year. So we're located on the patio here, and we basically are overlooking the patch. And you probably cannot see from the camera because it's on the other side of the camera, but the lake is just on the other side.
I love to hear about people's passion, and I know you have a lot of projects going on, and I want to dig further into your passion. So what do you think really stands out for you? What are you really passionate about?
So day in, day out, I'm typically making wine or working the field, so that's something I'm really passionate about. I'm also the president of the Ontario South Coast Wineries and Growers Association, which encompasses Norfolk along with other neighboring counties. And so I'm really passionate about trying to raise awareness of this area for growing grapes and making world-class wines.
And so winemaking, like what draws you to it? Why are you making your whole life right now? And why winemaking in Norfolk County?
Well, I guess you could say it's one of the best agricultural products you can make.
I agree.
It's something that you can preserve, and like even after the crop is finished, you still have to work with the crop that you were working out in the field all year round. And when you put it in a glass of wine, you have memories of how that year was when that wine was made.
So it sounds like you spend a lot of time on this farm, a lot of time on this part of Norfolk County, but if you have time to de-stress, where would you go? What do you do in Norfolk?
I definitely like going to the beach. So, getting out in the water when it's a hot day is truly nice.
Not too far from Turkey Point, I guess. You can roll down the hill.
Yeah, we got excellent restaurants here too, so which is pretty amazing for the per capita, the amount of people that live in Norfolk County, that we have enough restaurants that you can count them more than your two hands or whatever, which is
really
nice.
good ones too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's so exciting to see how our agro-tourism industry is developing in our area, and it's kind of cool to see you guys working together and really promoting this area.
Well, when you think about farming from what it was in the past, it has to evolve over time though to make it an industry that can support itself. It allows people to be able to figure out ways to succeed or have succession in their family, to go to that next generation, so that way we can have countless more generations of those families living in Norfolk County, growing the things that their grandparents grew.
And keeping the passion alive.
Exactly, yeah.
I thank you so much for your time, Nick. I thank you for inviting me in this beautiful place. I cannot wait to explore some more. And
It's too bad it's not pizza day.
No, I heard that was really good. I'll come back. I'll be back. Thanks, Nick.
No worries. Cheers.
Welcome to episode 6 of Passionate Folks. This is a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. We sit down, have a conversation, hear about their passion and what lights them up. I'm excited to introduce the next guest. to Passionate Folks. My name is Emily. I love to connect with people, having some conversation and learning about people's passion. Today I'm sitting here with Sue. Hey, Sue.
Yeah, you bet.
I'm so glad that you took the time to come out and have a conversation with me.
Well, thanks for asking me.
Yeah, so for people that don't know you, can you start with introducing yourself, where you live, where you're from, and a little bit more about you?
Okay, sure. My name is Sue Downs. I live in Simcoe, born and raised here. And I work for the Simcoe Reformer newspaper and started there way back in 1988. So, and loved my job, loved Norfolk County, and was really pleased that Emily asked me to be part of this. I think.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Yeah, so far, so good.
Great. So, as always, Sue, I ask a guest to pick a location so we can explore it and discover a hidden gem in Norfolk County. And this one is a little bit different. So, tell me where we are and why you brought me here.
So, we're at Norfolk County Fair. We're at the bottom of the Junior Farmers Building here.
So, why do you pick the fair? What's so special about the fair to you?
I think for myself, Norfolk County Fair is like one of the largest events that happen in Norfolk County every year. It's always been near and dear to my heart. Like I think so many childhood memories. It's all about tradition. For us growing up, at my age, I've only missed one fair in all of my years, and that was when I was in Timmins. So I just love the fact that you can come to the fair. There's so much excitement. There's always lots of things to see and do. Like family would come home during Thanksgiving weekend, and I think that still happens today, right? Like it's all about tradition and all about community, which I feel like I'm pretty passionate about.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask you a little bit more about your passion. I see you a lot being involved in the community and supporting local businesses, and it seems like it's really important to you and close to your heart.
I like to promote local as much as possible. So whenever we go out for dinner, a lot of people will go, do you ever stay home? Because you'll constantly see posts on social media, on Facebook or on Twitter, and it's like, we're at the Barrel, we're doing this, we're at Long Point Eco Adventure, we're,
It's so good that you're taking the time to promote those local businesses and support. And I remember when I started my business, you were one of the big supporter of sharing what I was doing. And I know a lot of people have felt the love that you give to entrepreneurs. So I want to thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome. But it does make you feel good. And it is important. I feel that, if we can, support each other as much as possible, like it's again, it's all about giving back.
So Norfolk County and specifically Simcoe has changed quite a lot. We are moving in a different direction in our county. So from you like growing up in Simcoe and in the downtown and what's happening around now, like what's the highlights for you?
Okay, well the highlight growing up was always going downtown on the weekend. People that are watching this that are my age would remember you used to be able to go to the Tartan restaurant and Woolworths and different places down there. But I think a lot of the exciting thing that I see now is a lot of the collaborations that are happening within Norfolk County. And one that stands out is, Burning Kiln and then Long Point Eco. And then along came, my buddy Dusty and the guys from Hometown Brew. And then now Joy Cafe out there. So it's really cool to see a lot of the business people working with each other and stuff like that too. So that sort of stuff.
You don't have to go too far. You show up there and
I
everything that you love is right there.
It's like a lot of renewed, it just seems like a lot of positive things are happening within our community, and it's really good to see.
So I know you have a pretty high stress job. So maybe tell me a little bit more about what you do to relax, calm down, and look after yourself.
Okay, well, I do like to garden. I find that, if you're kind of stressful in a stressful day, you get out there and take it out on all the weeds in your garden. I also like to, walk along the trail from Davis Street and then head out along the 14th or whatever. And you can, it's heading right towards Waterford, so you can actually walk from there right into Waterford. I've got a dog that keeps me pretty busy. And then a group of really good friends that we are going out with each other all the time and stuff like that.
I know you have a lot of favorite spots in Norfolk, so we already named a few, but if you have a day off and you want to explore Norfolk County, is there one specific place that you actually love to visit that you feel just at home?
I would say for myself, it depends on the day. So if it's just something that I want to go and do a walk or whatever, it would be my trail on the 14th because it is kind of private. There's not, you do run into a lot of the same people and stuff like that. I also like going down to Dover, and I'll sit at the cafe and kind of look around there.
You can watch a little bit?
Yeah, that sort of stuff, and then even take off and go to the pier. Actually, my mom has a bench there for my grandfather, who was a fisherman down in Port Dover as well, too. So it's kind of nice.
Memorial benches.
Yeah.
Very cool. It sounds like pretty much everything you need is right here.
Why should I go to why do I need to go out of town? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here that, right in Norfolk that we need to use, yeah.
I'd love to hear your passion for Norfolk and how well you support the local businesses and just, I see you at fundraiser and you're always involved in your group of friends and supporting whatever is happening in the county. So we need more of you, Sue, in Norfolk. So thank you so much for joining me today. And I think this little chat, I'd love to get to know you better and hear more about your passions.
Well, thanks very much for allowing me the opportunity. It was great. Thank you.
Welcome to episode 7 of Passionate Folks. This is a blog and video series about the people who live right here in Norfolk. I sit down with them, have a conversation, ask them about their stories, their passions. I'm excited to present the next guest. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. Today I'm here with Dan. Hey Dan.
Hey there, how are you?
Great.
Excellent.
Might be you stop by for coffee?
Yeah, well, nice of you to have me. I'm really delighted.
So we already had a good chat, but for people that don't know you, can you tell us a little bit more about you, where you live, and what you do?
Yeah. My name's Dan Fewings, and I was a Simcoe boy, an SCS grad growing up. From 0 to 18, I lived in Simcoe. And then I think I lived in Brantford for a year, lived in Dover for a bit, and then followed a gal up north to Peterborough, or Lindsay, and I ended up spending 28 years there teaching high school. Loved every minute of it. A bunch of different experiences. And when I retired in 2014, I thought, my ma's not doing so well down there. It's going to need some attention. And also followed a friend here, and bingo. And now I live just outside of Simcoe, in between Simcoe and Victoria on Highway 24.
Great, I'm so glad you took time to have this little chat. I want to go know more about you today, and I'm going to be asking some questions.
Yeah.
But first I ask you to pick a spot that means something to you in Norfolk. So maybe start by telling us where we are and why you picked this place.
Well, I love this place, not only for the food, although in my new machination I'm more careful what I eat, so I only have one crepe a week. But I love this place because Jim and Penny, the owners, are good friends. They've hired me to play here. They give the artists freedom to be a little zany here. They're good to their staff. They run a good ship. And I love the outside in the summer. It's rocking. They do a great job getting lots of music in. I think they have music all July, August, and September, like a whack of things. And I also, a few neat experiences sort of got born out here. I have a character, I do the song chef, and they were like the first ones to say, oh, you've got to come in and do it. So.
I love what you're talking about. Like, you're involved in so many things into your retirement that you seem to really enjoy the art. Is that the main thing you're passionate about, or?
Well, I like joy spreading, and the most rewarding thing I think I do is my gal Rosie and I, after we had a trip to Newfoundland, and after I did a tour of Newfoundland, we picked up on the kitchen party notion, and so we have a little duet called the Kitchen Party Orchestra, and we go to the seniors' homes and the respite center in Hagersville and Simcoe, and we give them the folks their instruments to play with us, so they're part of it. They're getting some exercise, and that is joy spreading 101.
So spent a lot of time away from Norfolk, decided to come back to Norfolk in your retirement. So tell me, if you don't have a gig, if you're not involved in something, what do you do to hang out, to relax? Where do you like to go?
Well, I love the geography, so I always like going down to one of the many shores, while there still exist.
Yes, Port Mercy's a little small this year.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. I love, and
are you a beach guy, or?
Not in the summer, I'm not, but I am, sort of going to the water for answers kind of a guy. Okay. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The Leonard Cohen dimension. And so Long Point was always hugely special as a kid, I spend a lot of time at the Simcoe Little Theater. That's a great organization, and they're doing fun and they're welcoming, and so I'm gonna play coming up that I'm doing, and
You don't seem to have too much downtime, like you seem to keep pretty busy.
keeps me out of the housework, that's for sure.
You got
He's all busy making some ass right now, sewing,
Yeah.
And so.
Is it hard to get artists to come and play here, or? People, are they curious about wanting to see Norfolk and see what this is
and you know
about,
what? Like more people, like house concerts are amazing too. Like and I was never a musician on the road. I did 2 1-month tours with a student, and I had a buddy of mine, Jimmy Boskill, who was a student of mine. He said, "When you retire, we're going on tour." My son is in a band, the May Hemingways, so he traveled lots east. So he booked us from Peterborough to Newfoundland, 24 gigs and 26 nights. Both, but you make, as a musician, you make way more at a house concert and play more concerty, less with people listening. People love to play, right? So oftentimes people think you need the applause as much as you need the money. And many people are lined up. So it's like, you don't want to do it? That's okay. I've got Tiny Talent Time and his brother here that'll play for you, and so people, that's why it's so nice to be in a place like this where you know that their entertainment budget is a really significant amount of money. And there are a lot of places in town here. The 211 does it as well. Even the Norfolk has a whack of music, and it's getting bigger around here with all the with the craft beer industry, the wine industry. All those places are looking for some entertainment to get their clients in. So I think it's it's going to be significant. It's just a tricky game.
So music, obviously a big part of your life?
It is a big part of my life, yeah. I think I started when I was 13. My brother handed me a John Prine album, the very first one with him sitting on the hay bale and a guitar, and showed me the C, F, and G chords, and I never had a lesson after that.
You just learn on your own?
I just learned on my own. Guitar has, and stringed instruments often have tablature.
Yep.
Especially ones that have frets, so it's a grid really, so they can it's easy on notation to put a number 1 on a 1, you're at the first, so it's an easier system. But what happened was I was working in the teachers union. I had been seconded out of teaching for a couple of years. The head of music was leaving to become a minister, and he said, Dan, can you teach kids how to play guitar? And I said, absolutely. And I said, now Larry, I don't read music, right? You don't? And I said, no, but I'll buy tablature. So at any rate, funny. Made it work. And down the road it was funny because Jimmy Boskill, who was a wizard player, doesn't read music either. He had auditioned for this art school, and I was sitting at me. They weren't going to let him in because he didn't read music. And I said, I should let you folks know, as you know, I don't read music. And I said, if you're not letting this kid into the program, give me 2 weeks notice, because I'm not going to be the guitar teacher that wouldn't take him in. So you got to keep it moving.
Is that one of your favorite instrument?
This is, it's a Latin instrument. It comes from the Andes, so Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Chile. It's usually used in But then I found, being sort of a folky dokey player too, it's like a good bluegrass instrument too, and it's like in the day and age of cutbacks, when the bluegrass bands start firing the banjo player and the mandolin player, you get both with one.
Show up with this one, you're good at drumming game.
That's right.
Perfect.
And this is a charango, and it is higher up, so I started with one of these. And then I'm a big fella, so it's, and you don't need that strap, it sticks right in your belly button. You couldn't peel that off with a crowbar.
All right, so you do some improv.
I do. So give me a title to a song never before written. It can be anything.
Let's go with the Bikini Crepe, I guess.
Bikini Crepe?
We're here, the Crepe House.
Well, it's more appropriate on a day like today to not sing about martini. So let's think while we're in the land of sand about a crepe martini. No pina colada beside you now. No, it's done somehow. Here comes the customer now. Probably gonna order the crepe bikini. Now the thing about the bikini crepe, it's teeny weeny, it's how they make. I'm not sure if it's the Speedo sauce, but it's nice all the same. Oh, it's teeny weeny, but it's my favorite battle crepe bikini. Yes, sirree, I think he's making me one now. And it might be true that you can't wait for your bikini crepe, but that's okay. Got time on my hand. Right on.
All right, cheers, Sam.
Cheers.
Thanks for joining me. Have a coffee. That was
Absolutely.
awesome.
Right on.
Love it.
Good. Thank you very much. Great. See you later. Thanks, Drew.
Great, guys.
No, it's not possible. No, I cannot tell you what to say.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about people who live in Norfolk. People that get involved in our community, people that are passionate about living here. We sit down, have a conversation, and learn about their stories. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I am Emily. I love to connect with people. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. So today I'm sitting here with Scott. Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So Scott, to start, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, who you are, where you're from, and where you live?
My name's Scott McCrae. I'm a chef here in Norfolk County. I'm the chef at David's Restaurant in town, and I live in Port Dover, or just outside. And yeah, all my family's from Port Dover. I moved here in high school and left for a bit and moved back, and now
Made it your home.
Made it my home. Yeah, it was my home before. I realized it was my home while I was away, and yeah.
Came back to the roots.
Yes, exactly.
So as I do with every guest, I ask you to pick a place in Norfolk County for us to do this interview.
Mhm.
So tell me where you invited me and why you picked this place.
Well, we're here at Matt's Fruit Barn, just outside of town, and it was a pretty easy choice. I know we wanted something that was kind of related to what I do. We were just talking about how diverse Norfolk County is as far as things that grow here, and it's like #1 for so many different fruits and vegetables. And one of the first things I always think about is just, especially considering what job I have, is food. Norfolk County produces so much food and grows so much food. This property here that Christine and Jess and the family have, kind of, they grow more things here than I can even think of. Like, you look
It's a
around
good
and
representation of Ontario's garden when
Exactly.
you visit this place, isn't it?
yeah, this is kind of just like a little example of what this area has to offer.
So I love to dig in people's passion and see what lights them up. And I'd love to know about you. I think I may have a little bit of an idea, but what are you most passionate about?
That's a tough one. I think definitely I'm passionate about food and what I do. That's something that since I was young, I've always associated memories. Like a lot of people with songs or with like smells or things, it'll just trigger a memory. And a lot of my early childhood memories have to do with food. There'll be a weird little thing that I remember, like, oh, that was my first like black olive I ever had, or that was like, there's a lot of memories that kind of are associated with that.
Big connections to
Big
food
ones,
and
yeah, like
stories.
the mulberry tree in my grandparents' backyard, and we just stand for hours underneath just like eating mulberries. And
So I know you work long hours. It's a busy season for you in the restaurant. When you have some downtime, where do you like to go in Norfolk? Where do you like to have a good time?
Well, I'm lucky that all my family lives here. I moved away for a while. I moved to the city. I was in Yukon for a bit. Just being back and being able to see family is I don't get to see them enough still, but it's definitely a big reason why I came back and something I like to do. Friends too, just hanging out on local patios or at their house or watching Leafs games. Well, I've always been kind of, from my grandma when I was a kid, I got really into like birds. Yeah, so I mean, there's binoculars in the truck right now with the bird
Like
book.
go to Long Point or where's
Well, of course, like that's Long Point. Well, around here, like I'm lucky I live out of town. You can drive out and see the tundra swans Long Point when they come through. It's really a mecca for that if you're into that. I'm a bit of a weird, obsessive record collector, and I've got a lot of records.
Do you like to see live music around? Is
of
there
course.
decent bands that are around that you like to?
Oh, tons. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's great. I mean, like a lot of my friends are musicians, and there's not a ton of downtime, but when there is, it's like sometimes just things that are just nice and relaxing. It always helps when you have like a local brewery.
And there's a lot to pick from, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of great ones. It's really exploded, especially since I moved back from Toronto about 10 years ago, and even in that time, it's the wine scene, the beer scene, the ciders, like all that has just exploded, and it's all really good. Like,
So do you think, like, just back to the winery and the brewery, like, after high school and when you wanted to leave and get to the city and get out of here and coming back and finding it like right here?
Well, even when I originally moved back, I was intending on going back to the city, and I came back and just realized that this is where I wanted to be. This is where my heart is. This is where I really belong, and I have friends there, but the friends that I have here are friends I've had since I was like in high school, right? So there's something there where there's
We live in a pretty cool place.
Yeah, it's great.
I thank you so much for your time. I love connecting with you and learning about your passions, so I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. Well, thanks.
My name is Jim Toombs. I'm an Associate Purchasing Specialist here at Toyo Tetsu, also known as TTCA. Here at Toyo Tetsu, we're responsible for supplying Toyota with car parts, mainly automotive frame for the Lexus, the Corolla, and other Toyota models. I started here in May of 2016. I was in welding. Here I am 2 years later, and I'm a salaried position. The job itself it's challenging. There are challenges in what I have to do every day, and for that I enjoy it. It's not monotonous day in, day out. There's new challenges that I'm confronted with and new tasks that I have to do. A high school student who's like, I'm not sure, I think this is an excellent opportunity to kind of answer that question for themselves. They can see what kind of the working world is like, as well as pick up skills. There are plenty of opportunities here. For example, for me, I was in welding, but that didn't mean I had to stay there. There's opportunities in stamping, where you'd learn different skills entirely. PC, again, the same thing, some different skills needed that you'd learn. Though we make car parts and they're welded, there are a lot of departments and areas that support that.
My name's Darren Pace. I'm a yard manager here at Townsend Lumber. We are a sawmill that produces lumber. We make anywhere from rail ties to timber frame home products, kiln-dried lumber, which is used for wood cabinets and furniture. We also do pallet components, and we also do stakes for farming. We ship container loads to the Middle East, we ship it to Asia. We have gone to Mexico, Singapore. We've shipped to many different locations. My father has worked here for 30 years. He got me a part-time job as a summer student. I started as a regular piler, as a laborer at the entry-level position, and with hard work and dedication, I have been promoted through the system, and it took 9 years to become a supervisor. I enjoy the freedom of the job, like outside working with the heavy industrial stuff, talking to the range of customers and the way we produce things for them.
My name is Cam Kirkwood. I'm a production supervisor at Superior Essex in Simcoe. We make magnet wire and cable for the transformer industries. Our magnet wire products are found all around you that most people don't even notice. In winding motors, in alternators in your vehicles, transformers on the side of the road or on top of poles. I've been here at the company for 15 years. I started on the floor as a machine operator for 7 years, and then I did a stint in engineering for about a year, and then I moved on to production supervisor for the last 7. One of the best parts about working here is it is a build-to-order shop, so although we do make similar products every day, it's very unique. We don't always see the same orders. There's always new challenges. One of the best parts about being in manufacturing for me is the shift work. So it provides an opportunity for you to adjust to do your own life on your days off, or you can pursue other interests. A lot of people have second businesses or hobbies that they really enjoy. There is lots of opportunity to advance. There's educational assistance programs. You can continue to learn new skills and advance to a new area if you were so desire.
There's a great opportunity moving up the manufacturing sector.
Try it, because you're going to learn a lot about the working world as well as yourself.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series where I'll be highlighting people from Norfolk County who have a passion, who are involved in our community, who are the movers and shakers. So I'm excited to introduce every month somebody new from Norfolk that will bring you their story, their passion, and share it all with us. Come on in. All right, welcome to the first episode of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily, and I love to dig in people's life and getting to know more about them. I'm here with Jess today. Thanks, Jess, for showing up.
Thank you for having me. This is so exciting.
So Jess, for the people that don't know you, introduce yourself. Tell me a little bit more about you and the person that you are.
Sure. Well, my name's Jess, and I grew up in Waterford, more specifically Boston, more specifically Bill's Corners. I'm a passionate Norfolk advocate. I love this area. I love theater, I love music, I love anything arts related. Also a passionate advocate for entrepreneurs in the area.
So I invite you to pick a location in Norfolk that meant something to you. So tell us where we are and why you picked this place.
All right, we are here in Simcoe Little Theater. It's on the corner of Talbot and Yonge in downtown Simcoe. And this place, Simcoe Little Theater, is a very special place to me. I spent most of my life in these walls, on that stage, behind the stage, in these seats, like everywhere in this space. It's something that theater is something that's like has always been a big part of my life since I was about 8 years old.
You mentioned to me that you also in high school, you were really involved into the drama program and all that. So
I had walked the halls of my high school and I had seen so many pictures on the wall of different shows they had done throughout the years, but nobody was doing shows anymore. And I was like really bummed about that. So in grade 10, me and my girlfriends, we roped all our moms in. We were like, if we start doing high school shows, like, will you guys help? Will you make costumes? Will you whatever? And they all jumped in.
Involved.
Yeah.
I love that, right? Like, that's a small community, like,
that's
everybody
it.
coming in together.
And, like, that's what it requires, right? Like, a show is like a mini village coming together, like, making all the pieces happen.
So this community, I think the word, like, you keep repeating it, and I think what you're creating in Groundswell is that sub-community within the community, and that really stands out. So would you say this is something that you're really passionate about?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes, you're that connection,
totally.
right? Yeah.
I just think, like, community is everything. We're not meant to live life alone, I don't think. And I don't mean, like, you have to necessarily have a romantic partner to live a life, but just have people around you that get you, that you don't have to explain yourself. You know what I mean? You just walk in the room and they're happy to see you. That's it.
That's always such a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you just have those people that, believe in you too, right?
Yeah.
And just cheerleaders.
Yeah.
So I see, Jess, you're always involved in this community, like you're volunteering places, you really want this place to grow and thrive, and so why Norfolk, and what do you love so much about this place?
Oh man, I think, yeah, it's a really good question. It's a combination of things. I think the geography that we live in, the nature we have around us, that is a huge benefit of being in Norfolk, but it's also the people here. And that's why I'm so obsessed with community, because we have so many beautiful people who live here with ideas, with talents, with love and vision. And I think that's what excites me, is like, just because we're a small town doesn't mean we have small ideas or small impact.
I want to bring some of the music piece, because I know we've been talking a lot about the theater and acting, but I know that music is so important to you.
Yes.
And a big part of your life.
Yes.
So tell me a bit more about your maybe influences and what makes you feel alive in music.
Just like theater, I love performing music too. There's something really cool about being on stage like that. Before I came here today, I was like, thinking about how alive I feel when I'm on stage. And I think that everyone kind of looks for that thing that makes them feel alive.
Yeah.
So for me, it's that.
Awesome. So I thank you so much, Jess, for taking the time to meet with me. There's going to be more feature of passionate, uplifting community people through this little video series. So keep watching. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Oh my God. This is so much fun.
Awesome. Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people that live in Norfolk, people that are passionate, people that are involved in their community, people that bring a lot of positivity. This is about story and conversation. Join us for the second guest. Welcome to episode 2 of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions, learn about people, get some connections. I'm here with Kiri today.
Thank you for having me.
I've been chatting with you and I got to know you a little bit more, but for folks that don't know you, maybe introduce yourself.
My name is Kiri Bokenholt. I live here in Waterford. I've lived here for over 15 years. I'm married. I got 2 kids, and I just love the community.
From our conversation today, there's a lot of the community word showed up quite a few times. So
I'm a believer of, when I moved into Waterford, I thought, wow, you know what? If we get involved, then you learn so much more, and you meet so many different people. I mean, people that I know if I wouldn't have met otherwise.
Yes. So I asked you to pick a location, Kiri, and so tell us where we are and why you picked it.
I picked the Waterford Heritage Agriculture Museum, WHAM, because in a couple summers we will be building our skateboard park here. So it's kind of a let's show off. Not that I wore the shirt or anything, but yes, this will be our future location on the other side.
Talking about passion and passionate people, what do you think your passion is?
My passion is youth. I love kids. You know what? There's no such thing as a bad kid. Kids make bad decisions. And as the old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And I truly believe that, you know what? We give kids, that opportunity and show them that we support them and that, that we're there for them and they'll make the right decisions.
I made a stop at her business. She has a business downtown Waterford, and I was seeing that your family works there, your friends, your best friend is...
My best friend is with me. Both best friends, yes.
So this tight-knit community feel is really important.
When I was given my dream and somebody said to me, here, I'll help you, create your dream, and I thought, okay, karma. So this is somebody saying to me, it's my opportunity to use this to give back. If I have a restaurant, nobody should be hungry. I want kids to feel like they can come in and say, I need something, or I need a drink, or, whatever. I've been doing this for 30 years, and the kids that I trained 30 years ago still come back to find me. And they come back and they tell me what they've been doing. And I guess the biggest thing is people don't realize sometimes the simplest thing can change a kid's life.
It is a ripple effect, don't you?
It is, you know what? And I mean, so I get to see their, I feel old when I start seeing them coming with their kids. And I start seeing, that they've gone through and they're going to university, or they're doing this, or they've done this or done that. And that makes me feel like, I had a piece of that. Just by being involved in their life, maybe I made a little bit of a difference.
So you're an entrepreneur, you're super involved in the community, you're a mom, you have a lot on the go. So if I ask you, what do you do to de-stress and let go?
I like to go to the gym. I like to, boot camp, yoga. I try to take, a few hours a week for me.
Yes.
And it's just about me. And I honestly think anybody who's really busy, I think needs to learn. It took me 48 years to figure it out. But
never too late.
Never too late. As I said, I can go to the gym and I can be having the world's hardest day, and I always say I leave it on the mat.
Love.
So when I walk out of there, I feel like a completely, totally different person. Leave it on the mat.
So other than that, when you're in Norfolk, what else do you love to do? What's your favorite spot or place that you like to visit, or something you love to do?
Love to go on the trails. I love going fishing on the ponds. Waterford, we have so many little places to go and see and do and
What's
stuff.
happening in this community?
You know what, there is. And I mean, the thing is we don't really I mean, I laugh because there's so many of us who don't see what's here. They're right here. I mean, Whistling Gardens, Bonnie Heath. We have all the wineries and stuff. The museum. Like, there's so many places to go. You can have a staycation without leaving Norfolk.
Yes.
We are back. May I have a motion to reconvene this council and committee meeting at 6 p.m. Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the closed motions?
Yes, so I will need a mover and a seconder that information memo regarding insurance coverage update be received as information.
Councillor Van Andriesch and Councillor Duffy. All those in favor? That is carried.
I will need a mover and a seconder that report CAO 23C07 collective bargaining mandate for IAMAW Local Lodge 103, January 1st, 2023 and beyond be received as information, and that Norfolk County Council authorize staff to negotiate a collective agreement with IAMAW Local Lodge 103 within the mandate outlined in the confidential report.
Mover. Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? It's carried.
I will need a mover and a seconder that report CAO 23C08 collective bargaining mandate for QP Local 4700 January 1st, 2023 and beyond be received as information, and that Norfolk County Council authorize the Director of Human Resources to negotiate a collective agreement with QP Local 4700 within the mandate outlined in the confidential report.
Mover, Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Carried.
And the final motion out of closed is that the personnel update be received for information.
Mover, Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Very. All in favor? That is carried. And we are now at adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn at 6:01 p.m. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Very. All those in favor? That is carried. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.